My name is Ida Bjørn-Winkler. I am a main organizer at Nodepond, and you are listening to the Scene World podcast.
Okay, so this is the Scene World podcast. I'm some guy and he's another guy in Europe.
Awesome.
Today is going to be. We don't have a guest. We're doing the annual Gamescom special thing.
Exactly, yes. And since this time, for many times, we actually have all the videos ready. That means we can put them here and not having people to go to external videos in the playlist.
There you
go.
So
I guess I will stitch them together so people can have the full experience. Thanks to HA this time. Well, being quick, I guess.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, and we also got the files sooner, so that also helped.
That's true. Yeah.
Yeah.
So before that, though, we got a couple of bits of news, I think, to go through. Have you got any?
Yes, sure.
Okay, so I do too. I'll start with my bit.
Sure.
First, there is a new there is a new Commander X16 cartridge that's going to be available soon. It's the Otter X cartridge. They're calling it a cartridge. It looks more like a card, but I don't know. I'm just seeing like a blueprint of it, so I couldn't really tell you. Finished item should cost about $20. So it's a board that is capable of distributing programs up to 1.5 megabytes in size. It includes a footprint for flash RAM, although it may not have that. And it's one of those things that they're making a lot of these things for the Commander X16, and the viability of it is still kind of in the air. I like the project, but I don't know much about it, honestly. Next on there is my talking about we interviewed Fritzy from GUI 64.
Yes.
A while back. GUI 64 now has
You call him Fritzy?
That's what the thing I'm seeing here, the news bit that I'm reading calls him.
Okay.
I know that's not his name, but I think that's his handle. But whatever.
Yeah, probably.
But anyway, GUI 64 has gone up to version 1.9.
Fritz Phillip, it was.
Yeah, Fritz Phillips. Yeah. So it now has the features of 1.9. The windows are now movable. It supports real and virtual media, so it works with both floppies and disk imagers on SD to IEC devices. And there's file management is now done through menus and window controls rather than just basic commands.
Nice.
So that's pretty cool. And they're saying that in version 2, that'll be out whenever that comes out, they're going to have a full file viewer that will allow you to inspect files in text and hex mode. File copying support, an API for programming in, and RTC support, so an actual real-time clock. So that's a thing. That's pretty nifty. I love the fact that these things are continuing. Like both GUI 64 and C64 OS are continuing to like evolve and produce things into the future, which is fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, Gregory is known to be very well on on par with being constantly improving the system and expanding it. So
yeah. So, and then there is a new, there is a now like the plans for it are now available, so people can build their own Amiga's sound card. So the Amiga's project, which is how this was being distributed, they have resources, design schematics, and guides that'll help you reproduce the card. It's a Zorro card that adds new audio features, expanding the system's capabilities. I don't know. It's one of those things that is it's cool and all. For one thing, like one of the things that I never thought the Amiga needed help with was sound. The Amiga sound hardware is pretty solid. I mean, it's not fantastic. It's a little bit low, bit rate at times, the more complicated you get with stuff, but it's a good sounding, machine generally. So I don't know how much Amiga software would really make use of that expanded audio capability, but yeah, sure, why not? And I have to look it up because I don't know where this is. I just saw this announced like an hour ago. It is from Apollo Computer. They have announced. That's just a PDF. That's not going to help me at all. Apollo puts out the really cool Amiga accelerators. The Vampire.
Yeah, we had them as a guest before.
Yes. So, give me a second to figure out where the hell this is that I saw it, because it's not.
Okay.
What's not? Oh, okay. There we go. I found it. It's the Apollo A6000. So what this is it's supposedly the most powerful 68K compatible Amiga system ever made. So what this does basically takes the Vampire V4, I believe, and it puts it into a case, which is an Amiga 600 style case.
The one with the shortened keyboard.
Yeah, So they're only making 40 for the beginning, of which there are some available still. It's going to have the Apollo 68080 CPU, which is what they call their Vampire cores, the 68080. 2 gigabytes of fast RAM, RTG graphics, and a full SAGA chipset support. Dual SD card slots, analog audio connections, USB-C power, a mechanical keyboard, custom expansion bay, digital video output. So yeah, they're putting out 40 of these to start with. They cost, including VAT, is going to be 999 euros.
Ooh.
And I don't know if they're going to make more of these after that initial 40. It's an interesting thing. It's one of those deals where it's cool and all, but if I'm using... So it's missing a few things. Like there's no... Like the legacy connectors. Like you can't plug a floppy drive into this thing. It doesn't have the connector for it. If I'm buying an Amiga, generally speaking, I'm going to want to be able to do some legacy stuff with it. Right? And so like I'm going to want those legacy connections and those legacy capabilities. I can hear everything that you're typing.
Yeah, I just had to type something. Sorry.
Okay. Yeah, if I'm buying an Amiga, I'm going to want those legacy connections and capabilities because that's usually what you buy it for. I don't know of anyone buying a new Amiga to do modern Amiga things with. Like you're not going to be web browsing. You're not going to be, editing video or whatever on a 68K Amiga. It's cool and all. I just, like I said, I wish for that kind of a price for 999 euros, which in dollars is
well, either get a new iPhone or you get this machine.
That's almost $1,200. That's the price of a MacBook Air.
And you have to pay taxes on top of that,
right,
import taxes.
Yeah. So that's expensive for
Which is
what is a cool machine.
Because I sold a Gamescom T-shirt on eBay, and the buyer's in the US, and he chickened out of buying the T-shirt because eBay charged him $2 VAT according to the new rules.
Yeah, I mean, I like the Amiga for that kind of price. If I had that kind of money laying around, sure, maybe I'd get it. But again, I want to be able to do kind of vintage things with the Amiga. And if it's an Amiga with only new connections, USB, and it's got USB connections, it's got USB-C, it's got it's got Ethernet. Got all this cool stuff, I'd like the Ethernet. I'd like the maybe networking if you can do it. But again, I'm not going to be using it for, browsing the web or something. So I'm going to, maybe you can hook, I don't know. Maybe you could take like an old, like a PC USB floppy drive. Remember those things? Maybe you can plug that into it. Maybe that'll work. I don't know. That'd be cool, right?
All right.
But, yeah. So that's there. We'll put a link to where you can pre-order that. Get one of the 40 that are being made.
I mean, there must be a market for it. Otherwise, the Vampire as a product wouldn't exist at all, right?
Yeah, right. No, the Vampire is great. The Vampire, generally speaking, goes into your existing machine. So I could get an Amiga accelerator, plunk it into this thing, and it would be super fast and have all the extra memory, but not at the expense of losing the vintage stuff, the floppy disk and all that other junk that is in this already. But yeah, so it's cool. I like it, but yeah. And finally, my final piece of news: Nordic Sound, who we spoke to recently, has a new piece of music out. Which is pretty. It's both hilarious and awesome. It is a Commodore 64 bagpipe performance of Amazing Grace, which sounds exactly like bagpipes.
No, don't know any of that, but if you say so.
It sounds like bagpipes being played. Up until there's a point in it where some bass kicks in, and then it kind of takes it out for me because I can hear the C64-ness of it. But before that, it is straight up bagpipes. So we'll put a link to where you can see that. It's on YouTube. It's pretty good.
Sure. Yeah.
So that's my news.
Nice. So I've got news. That Outrun for the Game Boy Color has been released.
Oh.
Yeah.
Cool.
So that's something.
The Game Boy Color and the Mod Retro Chromatic.
Yeah, which is also interesting because I should mention, and I will put it as a screenshot here, that one of our viewers misunderstood that part of the interview actually, where I addressed the infrared window on the chromatic, and people were like, no, the Game Boy Color did have the infrared. It was not fake to have a window there. But I was talking about the GB Boy Color. The GB Boy Color is not a Game Boy Color from Nintendo, but also important, it has British spelling of the word color. The GB Boy Color is actually a recreation of the original Game Boy Color on hardware level, so not FPGA based, but made from hardware. So really created from scratch, and not just on logic RPGA getters. And those machines, they were available or still are available and are pretty famous in two versions. One with built-in games and one without. And those just had the infrared window without actually having the diode behind the window. So that was just fake. So that was what I was referring to. And the chromatic has it all. So you can use it for Pokemon and other games to transfer data in between the infrared interfaces. So just to point that out, the viewer then, when I corrected him, removed his comment, but thankfully I made a screenshot and sent it to you, so it's not lost in time. But anyway, just want to point out that as a correction.
Well, I want to pull up one more piece of news I just saw here.
Okay.
Which revolves around the Commodore. What's going on? Which is apparently, I guess there is a bit of a trademark fight getting going, which is that Chris Simpson, Perry Fractic, and some investors have purchased the Commodore.
Right.
And they have formed the new Commodore International Corporation.
Yes, and we are Commodore on all social medias.
Right. Conversely, in the great land of Italy, Commodore Industries, led by CEO Luigi Simonetti, not the Italian, not the other Italian Commodore that was making smartphones.
But I feel like we reported
part of this.
Before. Yeah.
Briefly, yes. They say that they have the rights to use the Chicken Lips logo. So there are what they sell Commodore branded laptops and ultrabooks.
And also are a game developer, I saw,
right?
According to their homepage, right?
And meanwhile, the Perry Fractic version, they're saying that they want to change Commodore back to the way it was always meant to be, which I take a little bit of exception to that, because Commodore was never when the Commodore business existed before it went bankrupt, it was not like we're the C64 company, right? They put out all kinds of shit. If Commodore was still around today, if they had not gone bankrupt, you better be damn sure they'd be putting out smartphones and fucking laptops and whatever they could do to make money. You know, they made calculators, they made adding machines, they made typewriters, they made computers, they made all this other stuff. The C64 was a thing they made. Watches, yes. The C64 was a thing that they made for a period of time, which it was a big product, but they absolutely were moving past that. If they could have walked past that and made something else and made money, they absolutely would have. Commodore today, if it still existed, would not be producing Commodore 64 clones or Ultimate 64s or whatever. It wouldn't be doing it, because that's not what the company was. But so Commodore Industries in Italy has released a press statement reinforcing their legal position to use what they were. And they say that the new acquisition does not override their claims. Meanwhile, Chris Simpson's team has said that they acquired all the official original trademarks, and that it's not just branding.
From 1984, I read.
Right, yeah, it's not just branding, it's the real thing. So far, they're not in court. but they're both being public about it and letting fans kind of try to figure this slop out.
Ooh.
It's...
Yeah, I mean, what do the Italians have? Let's turn the questions around.
Right. Yeah, let's see what they have. They say the company Commodore Industries, through the undersigned administrator, is legitimate owner of the trademark Commodore Flag Commodore, as well as trademarks Commodore Engineering, Commodore Synapse, Commodore Academy, and Commodore Digital, which were further developed in... Okay, so it looks like they got they got used to use the Commodore, the chicken head thing, and then they went and trademarked a bunch of other things called Commodore Engineering, Commodore Synapse, Commodore Academy, because Commodore is just a fucking word, right? It's a naval rank. So I imagine you can probably copyright all kinds of shit called that. You know, like Apple will copyright all kinds of names that have like I in front of it, just so that other people can't use it. So it says that Mr. Christian Simpson recently made comments on his YouTube channel at different times, which were picked up by numerous media outlets, aimed at undermining our position, claiming to have bought Commodore and describing our use of the trademark as illegitimate. Okay, so Commodore Industries has decided not to produce retro computers, even though this could have been a nostalgic moment, purely for commercial and marketing reasons, and not, as many may mistakenly think, to spite the community that has used and loved Commodore products. Instead, the business has deliberately, and in our opinion rightly, focused on the development of innovative software and hardware. Okay, so this is, I think they are going with the same argument that Massimo Canigiani and the other Italians were going on, which was that by making smartphones, they are not infringing on the Commodore copyrights because Commodore made computers, right? So they're saying we make laptops and whatnot. We're not making retro things because that's what Commodore is. Commodore is retro. We're not making that, so we're not stepping on their copyrights because we're not making what they're making.
Mm-hmm.
So I can see. I don't feel like that's a thing that really is. That doesn't feel right to me. I didn't feel right about that with the smartphone people either. It seemed like that was kind of like a weaselly way of getting around the copyright laws. Like, well, we're not making C64s. We're making a thing that says Commodore, but we've stuck another word on it, Commodore smartphones. Therefore, it's not an infringement of the copyright because it's just a word.
They won in front of court on this one, the Massimo Canigiani guys.
Right. So I think
with
that
Paolo
is where...
Besser.
Yeah. So I think that's where this other Italian Commodore is going. And I don't know, maybe the laws are different. I mean, we're working with American copyright law. We're working with Italian law. We're working with both of the Italian Commodores are also based in the UK. I don't know where the Luigi Simonetti version is. I know that.
The thing with UK,
I remember that the smartphone people, we looked up their address in London, and it was like a burned out factory in like the bad part of town.
I know. Yeah.
So I don't know where these guys,
what
they
you
say
call a letterbox company.
Right. These guys say they employ about 100 people, which is far more than I think that the smartphone company ever did. I don't even know what's going on with the smartphone company. I don't think Paolo Besser is involved anymore. I don't know what they're doing, if they're doing anything. But yeah, it's I think that's the argument they're using, is that they're not making retro things. Therefore, they are not infringing on Chris Simpson's copyright. Which, again, I mean, it depends on how the courts want to look at it. Commodore's a fucking mess anyway, as far as copyright goes. But now I can only imagine how the new Apollo Amiga clone is going to work. Because Amiga is a whole other freaking pit of despair and nonsense.
That got separated.
Right.
When Escom bought.
Right.
But
and
only the Amiga part, not the Commodore.
Yeah. And the thing is, the Commodore, the people that have owned Commodore have been largely
behind perifractic.
Not only that, but they're largely non-litigious, right? They don't go after people for using the logo or the name, really, and they're pretty good with, Jens Schoenfeld, Individual Computers. He got permission to use, to put the actual Commodore logo on it.
He bought a license.
Right. And I feel like that might be what these other people did. They have a license to use the logo. And that, I feel like what they might be saying is that perifractic buying the trademarks and whatnot does not supersede the license that they already have. Right? They're allowed to use this, and they've copyrighted, they trademarked other things with the Commodore in the name, and his ownership of the thing does not make that null, does not cancel that out.
Well, it makes sense because contracts continue, right?
Mm-hmm. Right.
But the contract partners are no longer the Dutch people.
Right. And I don't know that they would have any grounds in court, Chris Simpson and the rest of them, because if they went to court, it would be like, well, are you making a product that is significantly similar to what this other company is making? And it's like, no. Right now, they're making... I don't know what the business model is. They're saying that this isn't a nostalgia thing. This is a business model, business plan. I don't know what that business plan is. I know what I would do if someone handed me the copyrights, the trademarks to Commodore and said, hey, bring this company back. I know that what I would do with it, which would be to treat it more like a Raspberry Pi thing, like it's a hobby computer that you can learn a lot, that people can learn with. Remember, the original Raspberry Pi, a lot of that was focused at like helping kids learn how to program.
Right,
learn how to do things. The C64,
it was a simple computer.
Right, the C64 is an extremely simple computer. If you want to learn how to like plug something into a user port and turn on pins and whatnot and send voltage through, control a robot or some shit, it's very simple to figure out how to do that on this thing. So that's how I would market it, as this easy learning thing that would get people through the door. More so than it can play old games too, but there's a lot of other stuff that it can be used for. Because I don't know how much money they're going to make selling new C64s, because a lot of people, again, I've got one.
I mean, I'm not getting one because
right, exactly.
It's basically what I already have.
Right, exactly.
Except mine doesn't have RGB. That's the only difference.
Right, yeah, exactly. As my, it's shit that we've got already. I've got an original. Mine does kind of have RGB because I've got that little blinky light thing in the cartridge port. Mm. I just don't know how it's going to be a sustainable business unless they're making something new. If they are, more power to them, and that's where I can see this kind of going to court if they're going to try to make some new stuff. But I don't know. It's a situation.
Well, it's also telling that Jens Schoenfeld is not part of it.
Right. Yeah, and that's another thing too. Again, he has the license to use that. Now, is that now a license with Chris Simpson and his Commodore?
Yes,
or is that,
I guess, yeah.
Or is that now null because the company that he made that with no longer exists? There's so many hands in this pile. There's so many boots stuck in this pile of shit that it makes it really difficult to see who made the shit. Like what kind of shit is this? I don't know. We're all standing in it. I would love to have these people on, Perifractic and anybody else.
Well, I sent another invite. No, not heard back yet.
There's other people involved, like, David Pleasance is involved and whatnot. Like, I'm sure, we've had him on. I don't see... somebody's got to freaking want to talk about this. with a couple of idiots.
Not at the moment.
Oh. Okay,
it's all too fresh.
Somebody from Commodore, drop us a line, because we're two idiots that really need to know what's going on and are really kind of confused by it.
I mean, we were the only ones having Italian Commodore, Massimo,
right.
Coniciani, and Paolo Better on the
They trusted us enough to send us a review unit.
Yeah.
Don't watch that video.
Yeah, they didn't like the review though. They never spoke to us ever since.
No, not on the podcast. They've talked to us. They talked to me outside of there. They sent me messages. Neither of them seemed upset. Neither of them seemed upset when they talked to me. So.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Well, the pet phone was big in the media. About the Leo, not so much.
Well, yeah, but again, the pet phone was because, hey, the Commodore's back and it's doing this thing.
And it's having the same name as the original hit.
Yeah, right. Although, you can argue again that not really for copyright standards, because the Commodore computer was the personal electronic transactor. That's what was copyrighted.
A smartphone.
And PET was the name of the smartphone. So you could argue they're two different, the PET and the personal electronic transactor.
That was their line of argumentation, I know.
Yeah, right.
I know.
And it wasn't even an original product, because it was a Chinese phone from a couple of years earlier. The Hua phone. And then the Leo happened. I never saw Leo. I don't know much about it. I don't think I've seen any reviews of it either.
Yeah.
And then nothing's happened since then. I don't know what they're doing. The website kept changing websites for a while.
Yeah, the URL changed a couple of times.
Yeah, and kept saying we're something new is coming, and just nothing ever happened. And I don't even see Massimo doesn't even post about Commodore online anymore on Facebook and whatnot. He used to post nonsense like every other day, some kind of meme or something, and now it's just nothing.
I know.
So I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what's happening with it. I'd love to know where that's going and how that fits in with all of this. And I'd love to talk to the other Italian Commodore people, and find out how they're working through this and what the.
I will send an invite and see what's coming.
Yeah, because it's a really interesting. Drama and journey to see like where this all kind of falls into place, and how like mismanagement of a company in the 80s and 90s has led to this in the mid 2020s, where people are fighting over the desiccated carcass of a once interesting company, based purely on 40-year-old technology that people are still obsessed with. That's.
Just by the way, is that just me, or do you also get constant network is struggling?
I'm seeing that as well. Yes.
Like, whoa.
Is that on yours or is it on mine? I see it on mine.
Both.
Oh, I'm not seeing it on yours. I'm seeing it on mine.
Yeah, on mine it's constantly disappearing, but I see it on yours. Yeah. Network is struggling.
Interesting.
Yeah.
But yeah, so that's I'd love to, unravel the whole Commodore thing and understand what's going on.
Well, I guess
Chris Simpson, hey, bring me on. I've got ideas how to turn this into an actual business. I'll be an advisor. I mean, Jerry Ellsworth is an advisor. Yeah, bring me on. I'm just a giant idiot, but sometimes you need the Homer Simpson designing a car thing.
I mean, you have Elon Musk is very successful despite.
But don't compare me to Elon Musk. I'm not that much of an idiot. Like I said,
where are your millions then?
Sometimes you need Homer Simpson to design a car, and that's where I come in.
I know that one. Has all the features and nobody's buying it. Anyway, back to topic. Microsoft released 6502 Basic as open source.
Oh, about dang time.
Yeah. So you can get it as, it's open source. So that's the news already. So we will link to the blog post, opensource.microsoft.com, where they actually announced this.
Now, is that...
That's the one they did for Commodore.
I was going to say. Because, so so that's an interesting thing. I wonder, again, if that has any impact on this. Because, again, remember, the C64 ROMs are copyrighted still.
Yeah, which is why before it was officially sold by Commodore, Gideon Schweitzer had to remove all the ROMs with the firmware update, which is actually why I never updated mine, because I was lazy.
So I can see, so the most of the ROMs would still be copyrighted, but the basic interpreter might not be. It might be open source now. That might be a good way in for some companies.
Yeah, I'm sending you the link to the blog post.
So... I've got it. I've found it already.
Okay.
That's one of those things where it might that might be an interesting thing for some of these other companies to start making, like the Mega 65 people made their own. They reverse engineered the ROMs and made their own compatible ROM for it because they couldn't use the Commodore ROM.
Like the famous Oceanic drive.
Right. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and this might, this may open a door for third-party ROMs that are compatible to come into effect, because the basic interpreter is a big part of that.
New 1541 drives, please.
Well, I don't know how much the basic interpreter is a part of that, but...
Well,
it would be nice. It'd be nice to have new 1541 drives. I wouldn't mind that.
I guess the timing isn't coincidence.
Yeah. Make a 1541 drive, but a better one.
Yeah. One that actually can be used 5 days in a row at Gamescom, so we don't have to rely on third-party Oceanic drives.
The 1541-2 isn't one of those?
Not in the age nowadays. After 2 hours, they overheat.
I'm still a big fan of my Enhancer 2000. That thing is rock solid.
Yeah, but it's so rare I wouldn't put it at Gamescom. One? I wouldn't put it at Gamescom.
Yeah.
I'm happy that I got 2 Oceanic drives. And the interesting part is, one of them is with the original 1541-2 ROM, and the second one is their own self-made one, which isn't compatible with BitOps loader system that we use from Cadaver. Mm-hmm. That means I have to disable it, or else the level decruncher will just decrunch garbage.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's the same with the enhancers. You've got the one that I sent you. That you've got, that's got their, whatever company that was, that's got their ROM in it. The one I've got has an actual 1541 ROM, so it's 100% compatible.
Yeah, the story behind is that those companies used to comb through the garbage of Commodore, and then they got sued and weren't allowed to do that anymore. So those companies used to source their ROMs from thrown out hardware trash by Commodore. And once they were forbidden to do that, they had to develop their own.
I thought they got sued because they had reverse engineered Commodores and they were just using like a straight up copy of it.
Well, the story I heard was that it was actually from thrown out trash. Well, I guess after all those years, you no longer can pinpoint what of the two versions is actually the true version of the story.
Yeah. Got to track down someone that designed this thing.
If they are still around after all those years. Yes.
They might be. A lot of the Commodore developers are still kicking around, designers.
Yes, but not of the Enhancer to 3000 or organic drives, which is what we are talking about.
Who knows? I mean, they're a different company. They could still be kicking. They'd be old, but they might still be around. Be worth a shot to go searching.
Well, do your pleasure.
Okay, I will.
Normally, I'm the one tracking down people.
I've got one of those oceanic drives, but not for the 64. I've got it for. I've got one of the Amiga oceanic drives. It's a good drive. Those things are solid as hell.
Yeah, that is why we use it for Gamescom. It doesn't overheat. The metal frame is perfectly passive cooling.
Right.
Yeah.
And there's no power supply inside it.
Yeah, there isn't one in 1541s either. But despite that, after 2 hours, those drives give up because they are constantly loading.
Well, not only that, but this is something that I discovered when I was fucking around with my my actual 1541. I was putting the big 1541 over there has the RAM board in it. It's a little expansion thing. And when I was putting it in there, it raises everything on the board a little bit. And I have heat sinks on everything because it gets hot. And I discovered that the MOS, the Commodore made 6502 that's in there, gets very, very hot. But if you get like a WDC 6402 or a Rockwell or whatever, I used a Rockwell in there, it doesn't get anywhere near as hot. The Commodore made chips are heat machines. And if you find like a similar chip from, like, I ended up replacing as many as I could, the CIA chips or the VIA, whatever the hell's in the disk drive, and the CPU and all that stuff. And suddenly it ran so much cooler because those chips are stupid from Commodore. They're very, very hot.
Yeah.
And that's across the board. Commodore just, I guess they had their design, and that was the design that worked, and they didn't change it, and they just got very, very hot. But other companies that continued making that, like I think WDC still makes the 6502 now. They've improved it and made it better and made it so it runs faster and whatnot. So it's a fraction of the temperature at speed than.
I mean, back then in the 80s, nobody cared,
Right, exactly.
And the heat was more manageable when the ICs were young and fresh.
Yeah. Plus, with those 1541s, excuse me, my dog is sleeping on my lap. On those 1541s too, you had, pardon me, excuse me. You had these fucking things in there too, the RF shields, which are just heat containers. It's like the inside of a microwave. That just heats everything up even more in there.
I never seen one on a European 1541.
They're in every one that I've ever had. I take them out of all of them because it's stupid.
So it must be American thing because in Europe we don't have those.
We had those dumbass FCC rules as for RF guidelines and whatnot. Everything we had stupid shields. The C64 had. You guys mostly had, it was like a piece of cardboard with foil on it. Yeah, which was okay. Ours had actual metal, and it was the...
Yeah, it depends. The 64C also switched to metal.
Mm-hmm.
And for the 128, it was actually also having a second function as a passive cooler.
Yeah, I mean...
Because it had
the fingers, those dumbass fingers. Yeah, those stupid. Well, yeah, and those stupid little fingers that would reach down and barely touch a chip. I debate how much that actually worked. I don't think that did a whole hell of a lot. But But yeah, all that stuff comes out immediately when I get a machine, and none of that shit stays around. The Amiga had it too. The A500 had that heat shield, and that came right the fuck out because I'm not playing with that. So anyway, we were talking about Microsoft.
Other news. The Crew Unlimited is out. That's a server for playing the Crew 1 single player.
The Crew? What is that?
The Crew is the racing game by Ubisoft that got shut down.
Right. We were just talking about
2 years ago because they decided it's online only, and we don't run the server anymore. So the server software to emulate the server is now public.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a video out that describes what to do first before playing the Crew 1 again. Because currently there's a bug. If you don't do the police missions as the first thing with your old save game, then throughout the game there will be no sound. So we will link to those two things, to the server and to the YouTube video, for further details. But it's nice that the game is restored. That means I have to fire up my old PC and grab my save game from there and put it on my new PC to continue playing the game without having to play the game from scratch. That's amazing. Yeah. And I figured out while researching that this is not the first time this has been done to a racing game. There has been another one called Need for Speed Edge, which originally was only on the Chinese market. And when those servers shut down, they made a project called Project Verge, which was also a server emulator, emulating the Need for Speed Edge server, and translating the game into English from Mandarin. So I will link to that as well.
Okay.
Yes. Well, other news. There is a Evoke 2025 recap movie on YouTube where you can catch the atmosphere of the demo scene party. Yeah, and
they had some cool stuff there. They did a I was talking with our own Nodepond who was there, and they did a drone demo.
Yeah.
With 100 drones. It actually looked real. I've seen some video of it. It looks really cool. It's interesting. It's a really interesting concept. I'm surprised it took them this long to do it.
Well, to get the permission takes a long time in Germany.
Yes, yeah, we were talking about flying. That. Yeah, they spent most of the day before that making phone calls to set that up. And they had to have like he was saying, someone had to install like a big red button where if a plane or anything came into view, they had to hit this button and they would all just drop from the sky.
Helicopter.
Okay, helicopter. Basically. Yeah. They'd all just drop from the sky.
That's actually the law. Yes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So you kill your drone on command.
Yeah.
It's basically suicide. Because they don't land, they drop, literally.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it just cuts power and they just plump.
Yeah. It's not like on a plane where it's sailing through the wind.
Gliding.
Exactly, gliding is the word.
Yeah.
Anyway, my last news of the day is Acclaim has been returned after it declared bankruptcy on September 1st, 2004. It has been resurrected and led by CEO Alex Joseph, the former founder and CEO of Graffiti Games.
Of what games?
Graffiti Games.
Okay.
Yes, and it will return with 9 titles. And those 9 titles are Tossed Down, Ground Zero Hero, Basketball Classics, Pixel Washer, and Prisoning Fletcher's Quest, and Crit Beat, and Telaka, and Hyper Yuki Snowboard Syndicate, and Catanaut. So, and all of those 9 games, the classic basketball, the Basketball Classics, what's called, is the one that is obviously the most interesting for me.
Cool.
Yup. So that's nice. They are back.
Yeah. Yeah, that's another nice return of somebody.
I don't know if Acclaim is so much known on the American side of things.
I'm trying to think. I know the logo. I know the name. I cannot think of a single goddamn thing they made.
Despite it was an American.
Yeah, right. Acclaim it. Let's see. Okay. I don't care about this or that. Let's show me a list of games by Acclaim.
Okay. According to Wikipedia, one of those things were Mortal Kombat series.
Oh, hang on. Let's go back further than that. Winter Games on the NES was Acclaim.
Right.
Let's see what we have on the C64, because that is what I freaking... Wait, is this all just fucking Nintendo games? No Friendo? Yeah. It's all No Friendo and Game Boy. Did they not do C64 stuff? Am I just making that up in my brain that they did that?
I only know them from the PC era.
Oh, shit. I guess they were mostly like NES in the early days. Okay, so Winter Games, Airwolf, WWF WrestleMania, Knight Rider, Cybernoid, the fighting machine. So that's Gremlin did them. That's the developer. I guess they published these. Double Dragon 2, Total Recall, Arch Rivals, Back to the Future 2 and 3, WWF WrestleMania Challenge, Bart Simpsons, Bart versus the Space Mutants. But I said that all fucked up. The Simpsons, Bart versus the Space Mutants. Oh my god, I can't speak. You know the game. The Simpsons. That's it. The Simpsons video game. They made that. God.
Well, there are different video games. There are Simpsons the Arcade and the other one you just mentioned.
Bart versus the Space Mutants.
Exactly.
WWF Superstars. I've already lost where I am. Beetlejuice. Bill and Ted's Excellent Video Game Adventure. Populous. Interesting. Okay. Nice. Okay, so they did put out stuff that I've seen, that I know of.
Right.
So did they not develop? No, they were a game publisher. Okay, so
they were a publisher.
They didn't develop things.
Yeah. Interestingly, they didn't get their own old domain back. So now their new homepage is at Play Acclaim.
Funny thing.
Not acclaim.com anymore.
You know why they were named Acclaim?
I don't know.
They
Does
were
it
named
have to do with claiming?
Kind of. It was meant so that they would be above. They would be listed above Accolade.
Okay.
And Accolade, meanwhile, was named that so that they would be listed above Activision.
Okay.
Now, Accolade, I know that's one of those software companies that like instantaneously they were a good one. They made good games, not just racing, but like one of my favorite games ever was It was Ace of Aces. It was a very arcadey.
Yeah, but they mostly did.
Racing. Test Drive. Yeah, Test Drive. They did like the golfing, like Jack Nicklaus Golf, and they had games that were really, really, very, very well. Like if you were getting a game by Accolade, you knew it was like not a shit game. You know, because there were always some games that like this is kind of trash. You know, but like US Gold, where it was a mixed bag. Exactly, yes.
You could have been very lucky or very unlucky.
Right, yes, exactly.
Depending on the title.
Even Epics. Epics had some really good games, and they had some really games. You know, it was a mixed bag. Accolade was always like Hardball and Fight Night and the Dam Busters, Ace of Aces. Hi, chill. Fourth and Inches. Test Drive, Card Sharks, Bubble Ghost, Test Drive 2, Blue Angels. That was a great one. I loved that game. Blue Angels, Formation Flight Simulation, Strike Aces, Test Drive 3, Gunboat, Altered Destiny, Elvira, Mistress of the Dark. That was an RPG that I didn't have at the time. I was obsessed with it because the screenshots look really good, and I always had a thing for Elvira. I do have it on the Amiga finally. Less Manly in the Search for the King. Star Control.
Oh yeah, Less Manly was the competitor.
The Leisure Suit Larry. Yeah.
Exactly.
Star Control. That's they're still making clones of that today. Star Control. You know, there's a game that just came out. We talked about it. I don't know what the hell it's called. Free Stars or something like that. It's new and it's based on Star Control. Although no one says that. They always say it's based on the second Star Control game for some reason. Turrican was Accolade.
Turrican was Rainbow Arts.
They developed it. It was published by Accolade.
Depending on the platform.
They did it on Game Boy, Sega Genesis, and TurboGrafx 16.
On the 64 Amiga, it was done by Rainbow Arts.
Yeah, Star Control 2, Bubsy and Claws, Encounters of the Furred Kind, Brett Hull Hockey, Unnecessary Roughness, 95. There were like every game that you look at from Accolade was not terrible. It was not a bad game. Every single one. Even the ones that they had like after they were acquired by Infogrames. Still Test Drive 6, Test Drive Off-Road 3, Demolition Racer, Test Drive Cycles. Not bad games. They were like they were kind of like the early Electronic Arts, where like early EA games, if you were getting an EA game, you knew it wasn't going to suck. And EA, like, they put all this money into packaging, and they made their developers look like rock stars and stuff. They really, really made good stuff. And then somewhere along the line, now they're just fucking EA, and it's just a pile of shit. And that's kind of a claim. Maybe it's because the name is so adjacent to Accolade. My brain, I can see the logo. I know the name, but I cannot think of anything that they made. Which I guess that's the secret of marketing, is that, they put themselves above Accolade, and they've got a similar sounding name, or similar looking name, so that's immediately, I thought, hey, they must not suck. And then I'm looking at the games, I don't know any of these.
Come on.
So, it's either way, either or.
Well, let's see how it goes with the Rebirth.
Yeah.
I mean, look at it. There was Sierra that was reborn in 2015, and they made a reboot of King's Quest, and then nothing more anymore.
Yeah.
One product publisher.
It's hard to be a game publisher in the world today because you've either got like these major blockbuster AAA titles, Or you've got like the indie things that's like one or two guys putting out a game in their freaking bedroom on an app store. There's not much for that in between anymore. And a lot of these people are not, I don't know that Acclaim coming back is going to necessarily be a AAA title place, I don't know that they've got that kind of capital, to do that. Hey, chill out.
Or you have places like Microprose, where the new owner in Australia just releasing old DOS games for the PC on Steam, one after another.
Yeah.
Because they can. It's basically the DOS original with DOSBox packaged.
Yeah. And companies like EA, the big ones these days that are still putting out the AAA games, a lot of that is not necessarily just selling the games. It's the and we were just talking about it in another podcast where it's the products as a service. Where you've got to pay, monthly or yearly or whatever to stay connected and still play the game and whatnot. And that's, if they're not doing that, if they're just selling a game, I don't know, again, EA has a lot of capital behind it. A lot of these big companies do. I don't know that a resurrected Acclaim Entertainment is going to have the kind of capital or clout to kind of keep it going as they, you know what I mean? Like to throw that. Oh, sorry. Oh, yeah, you're okay. You're okay. Right, I kicked that heat shield. It fell down and scared my dog. Yeah, I don't know if they've got that kind of clout or capital behind them to maintain a company and pour that kind of money into development if they're not going to have those kind of returns.
I mean, look at 3D Realms, which we followed from 2015 on.
Yeah.
It took them 10 years to get a game that is a AAA title.
Yeah.
It's absolutely rocking, and that would be Tempest Rising. But before that, they were most likely struggling to get any game sales.
Right, yeah. And they should have started with that. Honestly, like Tempest Rising is aside, it's really good. It's really good audio and graphics and whatnot. It's well put together.
Well, the audio is partly done by Frank Lepecki, so what do you expect?
Right, but the game mechanics are fairly simple, and it's like they could have done that as like their first thing and had a hit right off the bat, rather than struggling through like Bombshell and whatever else that they did. I don't know what else they were doing.
Red Watchers, the Commander Keen clone.
Oh, that's right.
Also not very successful.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, it's did that? Remember in our early days, we talked to. It was a game it was like a submarine game that you were super jazzed about.
You mean Deep Descent, Aquanox?
Did that ever come out? I'm sure I've asked this before.
Sure.
Oh, it did. Okay.
I waited 8 years for the Kickstarter.
8 years. Yeah.
Yeah. Sure. Wasn't very successful either.
Yeah. Well, when you sit on it for 8 years, it looked cool. It was one of those things that was like, oh, that's interesting, but I think I backed it, but I don't know that I don't think I ever saw anything about it coming out, so I don't think I ever downloaded it. I don't know that it was even on that tier. I don't recall.
Well, you can see in your Kickstarter account, obviously.
That's true.
I know I changed my tier because in the middle of the campaign they decided to make a cheaper tier for European Union members.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. So It was released on October 16th, 2020.
Okay. All right, that's like 5 years ago. Okay.
Yep.
So if that's our news, then we should probably go and talk about
the Gamescom content.
Talk about Gamescom, yeah.
Right.
Pachoo!
Poo-poo! All right.
Oh wait, we're still here. We're not doing that. Okay.
Yes. What?
We're still here. We're still talking about Gamescom. We don't have a separate Gamescom part. It's just us talking.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was making a joke. Like normally we go pew pew and then we cut to the other thing, but we're not actually. There's nothing else to cut to. It's just we're just talking.
Actually, there is. I will put the videos.
Oh, I thought you wanted to talk about each one before we did them.
I mean, we can.
I thought that's what we used to do.
And actually, true. We talked about each of them.
Yeah.
I mean, we can. Though, yeah. I mean, it's pretty easy. We can go to our playlist and have a look there.
Not remember what you did at Gamescom?
Not all of them. Well, if I think about it, but it's easier to read off our X account, for example.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. Well, so the first interview at Gamescom we actually released was with Screamer. Screamer, which is a 1995 actually, a 1995 arcade racer for the PC.
Mm-hmm.
So it was an attempt, and a very successful one, by Milestone to bring the feeling of arcade racers to the PC, DOS PC. And Screamer was that game. And in Germany it's actually called Bleifuß. So we know it under that name here. Yeah. So, and we had the opportunity to talk to the head of development of Screamer, Andrea Basilio from Milestone. That was a great honor, and the game is now rebooted, so the title is also Screamer, nothing added to it, and it will be a cyberpunk / anime styled arcade racer.
Very anime looking.
Exactly, and the emphasis during the interview and also during our playtesting was on the story. Though the story is very important, which is pretty unusual for racing games. The only racing games I remember where that was the case were games like Underground, Need for Speed Underground, and Need for Speed Most Wanted, where you had cutscenes in between.
Stories make a big difference. My brother and I used to play one of the Need for Speeds. I don't remember which it was. Well, on our the PlayStation 1 back in the day, and we hooked it into my Commodore 1802 monitor because it had a good picture, and we'd sit there and we'd race and we'd make up the most ridiculous, asinine stories for what was going on and why we were racing with each other, or why we were being chased by the police or some other nonsense, and it made the game that much more fun when we're like talking about how I'm trying to smuggle a jar full of Britney Spears' nipples across like state lines or something. Like that was a storyline that we came up with the one time, and we'd just be giggling and making up dumb stories as to why we're doing this. Because there was no storyline in the game; it was just race a car,
Yeah, those were the early days of Need for Speed before they had storylines.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So yeah, that makes a difference.
Yeah, but putting the emphasis on it didn't happen too often. Well, there's one famous example, and also because it uses the Frostbite engine, which wasn't very popular for racing games, and that is the one. That's the 2010 release, The Run, Need for Speed: The Run.
Oh right.
Where you also had quick time action scenes in between the racing scenes.
Cutscenes, yeah.
Quick time action cutscenes, and was one of the few Need for Speeds I actually completed because I wanted to see the full story.
Right.
Yeah. So that's there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's look at that video right now.
So today we are actually at PlayOn and we are talking with Andrea Basilio. And what is your position at the company? Let's explain that by your own words.
Yeah, well, I am Andrea Basilio from Milestone. I'm the executive producer and associate creative director.
Awesome. And we are here because in Germany we know the brand as Bleifuß and the international title is Screamer. And they are actually doing a new part of the game that's going to be released next year. And it was actually your idea to bring the game to the next level, basically, and have the old Screamer idea to a new, I would say, a painting, I guess. Perhaps explain the ideas you had.
Well, Screamer was the first big success of Milestone almost 30 years ago. Here, I know that here in Germany is still very famous, but a lot of people in all the Europe and all the world ask us a lot of time when you create a new Screamer, why you don't go for a Screamer game. So we thinking and we try to do that a lot of time in our history, but now we reckon that this is the right time because there are not many arcade games. Now all the racing games are very realistic and serious. Even the arcade games need more elements that are becoming not arcade anymore. So we want something that is fast and is really easy to play. So we start thinking about the Screamer and we start to create the same feelings but with new mechanics and having a game that is good for 2026.
Now, I mean, to be honest, you have the perfect timing for the release because if we look at your competitors around you, EA just announced they are putting Need for Speed on ice, and the last test drive, Unlimited Solar Crown, was a disaster. So and also Project Cars was discontinued. Is that coincidence that you do it now, or was it just lucky timing that all the competitors struggle to bring good arcade games?
Well, I mean, from one side, lucky for us. From the other side, I'm a bit sad because, a lot of really talented people working on that games. I'm a huge fan of Need for Speed and other arcade-ish, and not all arcade-ish game, but we are starting this game more than 2 years ago, so we don't know that. But we know that the arcade era was ended and no one having a new arcade view game like for instance Burnout is you call Split Second. They were the last few true arcade games that are out, and we're speaking about like 20 years ago. It's long time. So for this reason we are going now for speed.
It's actually interesting that you mentioned Split Second because the reason they discontinued Split Second 2 was actually they said there's no market for it to have a success. And also, it's interesting because we had a presentation beforehand by your co-workers, and they told us they think it's quite a risk to make something new because the new Screamer is also with manga story style, and the last time Need for Speed Unbound, and then they tried the graffiti street style. They got a shitstorm from the community, like, oh my god, it's... And then EA was like, okay guys, now you can disable it. Aren't you afraid that the community might not like your new direction of the IP?
Well, Screamer, I mean the new one, is taking inspiration from the old Screamer that was a 90 games. Basically, the old one bring in the houses of the people the arcade experience from the arcade. The arcade games. So we take inspiration from the anime from the 90s, especially. So because we want to create a whole package of 90 experience. And our game is truly an anime, have an anime story with cutscenes in anime style made by anime studios. It's not a middle way like Need for Speed. They need a kind of middle way between realistic and anime. Our game is some way realistic. You tried it, so it's easy. It's difficult to explain, but you will understand better when you see the game. And we also have cutscenes in anime style. So the story is very important, the game, that is very linked to all the gameplay.
And now let's talk a bit about the controlling schemes, because that's interesting. Over the history of Scream, it actually changed quite a bit. I remember Streamer 1 was the car was clicking through a street, and it was like very, very, well, like a bus. You're driving a bus around the corner. And very stiff. Stiff is the word. And back then you either played with the analog light stick shape, or with the keyboard even, which is digital. And then I remember the screen ready, you were drifting around all the time and constantly not trying to hit the wall and lose the race. But in your case, you're actually using a controller and 2 analog thumbsticks. I mean, for me, at the first 10 seconds, it was overwhelming because you were constantly using the thumbs, trying to also drift, but also with the other thumbstick, your car in the direction. What made you doing this very unique control style? Why reinventing the wheel?
I mean, working on a new game, especially an arcade game, we want to put something new, and we study a lot of how doing that. I mean, racing games are not very known in the last 30 years, at least. So we want to go full for a new experience. So we put the double stick that is very easy to use. Other games in the past tried double stick, but our double stick is very is more easy to try than explain, but it's very easy to when you move the other stick, basically the car turn immediately, so it's very natural. And also we have all the action part of the fighting part of the game that is also the uniqueness of this game.
Nice. You mentioned the story part. I mean, is it like what we know from Need for Speed Underground or something? Like, I try to be the best racer of the bunch? Or the other ones where you try to flee the police? What is special about the enemy-concentrated story?
Well, the story is an important part of the game because we don't make the game and then put the story on it just for, making something that's working, but we actually create the story in the same time that we creating all the game mechanics. So all the mechanics in the game are part of the story, fundamental part of the story. And also our racers are not racers by professional. They are not speaking about cars every time. They obviously they care about the tournament that is set, but they are not obsessed by winning. Every character have an arc. Some they have to make revenge, some to have to make other things, discover technologies, other situations, but is more deep than that. Is more. Sometimes I make the example with the Dragon Ball. Dragon Ball, especially the beginning of the saga, or the Z saga, is around the tournament, but you don't really care who win the tournament. Who is remember who win the tournament in the end? The fact is covering all the characters they are firing in the tournament.
Interesting. So we are bringing making not a racing game, you're making a story-driven anime experience.
Yeah.
That contains racing.
Yeah, this is the idea. From the very beginning, we start thinking about the characters. The first thing that we think about it was the characters. Then the story started to appear. At the same time, we are working also on the part of all the gameplay. So when we add something in the gameplay, we ask to ourselves, okay, but in the story, this makes sense. On the other way around, when we add something in the story, we are thinking, okay, but how this is working on the gameplay side of the game.
When we played test and had to look at the pre-alpha, it really felt a bit like you are in the universe of Cyberpunk and 2077, because it's very cyberpunk and very modern with neon lights.
Yeah.
And very strong colors and so on. Is that intentional?
Well, I mean, when you touch the cyberpunk kind of thing, not the 2027 cyberpunk, but in general cyberpunk, obviously that cyberpunk is coming equally quite easy. Our inspiration are more of the anime from the 90s, like Ghost in the Shell, Akira, that kind of things. I suppose they use same kind of reference, so this is the reason.
Exactly, Ghost in the Shell is the anime everybody knows, even those who are not into the anime thing. So is also the goal to get new audience, the youngsters, not just old people.
Yeah. Well, the coolest thing that we made at the very beginning when we concept the game is that the game is from 3 different people. I'm the associate creative director, and so the creative director and the game director, and we are 3 persons with 3 different generations. So my boss is older than me. He was growing up with, the giant robots from the 70s. I'm growing up with Evangelion or Cowboy Bebop, that kind of things. And the game director is more young and grew up with more recent stuff. So we blend all together the experience and try to, having a old generation anime kind of feeling.
That's actually something Dennis here noticed, that also when you crash and so on, the screen is distorting and it's shaking. So it's more like from the first person perspective, but more from the outside angle. It's not like you are inside the car. And that's interesting because from the last Meet Your Speeds releases, for example, a lot of people were complaining that you don't have an in-cockpit view. Is it actually something you consider? I mean, it's so early on, or do you say, no, we want to have the from the outside view on the car?
No. The game feature also the inside view. I mean, we have a great passion, and we have a great heritage about the racing games. And in our perspective, it's impossible to make a racing game without an internal kernel.
I mean, the argument was always it's not arcadey enough if you are sitting in the car, which I always thought it's totally BS, because I like really sitting in the car. And if you go back into history, that, for example, when you have Test Drive, which was first released in '87 of the Commodore 64, the reason why it was so successful was because it was the first game with a realistic cockpit view. Exactly, and was like, oh my god, how did they make this possible? And to say now it's not arcadian. And what people also forget is that you at Milestone, you also do the MotoGP license, so you have the experience with simulation, So it's you probably know best what works, right?
Well, we have, as I said, great experience on racing games. In MotoGP, I've also ride our other franchise on bikes. We have the helmet view, so you have the helmet vision with all the cockpit and stuff. So for us, it's quite normal to have internal views.
Let me ask you, how do you plan to release this thing? I mean, now we have a whole new universe. I mean, for the first time we have a Nintendo product with the Switch 2 that's actually capable of doing AAA games the console market there, the mobile console market, play a big role in the title release?
Right now, the game is set for 2026. We don't have a date yet, and is currently developing for Gen 9, so Xbox S and X and PS5 and PC, obviously. We don't have any other prior right now, but I mean, in the future we will see.
The fact that you say a story-driven, also manga-themed game that has potential to make a story expansion at some point, not only new cars, new tracks. Is that something you consider, or is it too early?
Yeah, it's very early to say that. We have a lot of plan because we love all our world. We create the characters, we create all the cars. We have a great partnership for the anime part, also for the cars. We have people that work in cinema for creating the cars that are good, nice, and also believable. So we want to make everything we can in the future. But it's yet very early to say that. I mean, after the release, we can speak again about this.
Interesting remark when we got the presentation of the game. The first comment was always like, "Peace, guys, it's early pre-beta, even pre-alpha," it said on the screen. It will look a lot nicer in the final product, and we were like, "It's already looking perfect."
Yeah.
I wonder how much virtual finesse is missing yet.
Well,
What are we missing?
Well, to be honest, we are very, very happy of the build that we bring here in Germany, and we work a lot for that, so we are super happy about it. But I know that we can make something a bit more better, and also there are just few tracks here, and we have a lot of other tracks to do, so we will see. The game is gonna be better for this version, but this version is, as you said, is very nice.
I mean, if you look at it, PC gaming development is a lot harder than it was used to be in DOS times. I mean, now we even have Intel Arc GPUs. You have to support 200 hard screens and, frame generation, whatever, and AI. Everything is having AI. And you totally skipped on this massive talk about what kind of features we have there. It's AI driven and so on. You didn't even mention that. So you are not tailoring it with the the buzzwords in marketing.
I mean, doesn't make much sense in the way of the game is made by our people. We don't like much the AI things for the creative part. We were one of the first studios in the past that uses the AI for for driving the cars. So the opponent are trained for and they're using the neural AI for driving the cars like the real people. So we use that, and we create that I think 10 years ago with other games. So we are starting with that, but we don't really believe in artificial intelligence on the artistic part, creative part. So everything you see is created by hand from someone from the team. Yeah.
Now, being a streamer player myself, and may I ask you, will it be as hard as in the 90s? I remember especially Streamer Rally was like, oh my god, I will never master this game, because you were hitting the ball left and right, even when you broke, when you hit the brakes, because the sliding was uncontrolled. It was like driving nice. The total contrast to the first streamer I mentioned at the. Do you make it easier for the beginners?
I mean, the game have a lot of different aspects, especially the fighting part with moves, strike, a lot of mechanics. So it's going to be not difficult, but the players see time to give a good feeling of all the different mechanics. But the game is accessible. Is the classic easy to play, but up to master, especially after the campaign. I don't say too much because my communication guys otherwise kill me probably. Right.
They don't have to spill too much.
Yeah. But after the campaign, I mean the narrative part of the game, in the end game, the people is going to play other kind of part of the game, and it's going to be really cool. And I mean, the game is gonna be easy to play, but up to master.
So I guess you can tailor it to immediate, novice, experts, and brutally impossible.
In some way, yeah.
Awesome. Yeah, that would be all from my side. Thanks for taking the time. Totally awesome. And I'm really looking forward to this new game.
Thank you.
It's totally promising.
Thank you. Thank you.
And enjoy the rest of games.
You too. Thank you.
Longing, ambition, vengeance. Powerful emotions that fuel our lives. But are they enough when death lurks around every turn? When fear and destruction consume us? Again and again and again. Join my tournament. Find out once and for all what it takes to defy death. Show me the strength of your will, Screamers!
Right now.
Awesome. Yeah, and the second
Wow,
one...
that was a great video. That was very in depth and interesting. Yeah,
that sounded
I enjoyed
so
that quite.
natural.
Yeah, doesn't it? Doesn't it?
Good work on the editing. Yeah. Well, amazing about this game was actually that the footage we have seen and the game we've played was very, very early alpha phase, and it looked already gorgeous.
Yeah.
I was like, wow, this is alpha footage? This is alpha state of the game? Amazing.
Yeah.
Amazing. Yeah. So...
You may have seen in the video that I actually put a comment like, this is pre-alpha? Like, really? Like, it doesn't... And it was... The video is not in 4K because, the interview part wasn't. But the demo video that they gave us was. So not only is that really, really high detailed video, but like it was in 4K as well. So it was like very, very high quality video for like an alpha release.
Right. Well, they put it on 4K screens.
Yeah.
On the demo machines. So, yes. And the second one we actually released was with Felix Wagner, one of the producers from In Games, and who are the new publishers for Psalms of Origins. And we were allowed there to actually show the footage while I was playing the final version of the game. So
was that the final version of the game?
That's the final version of the game.
Okay.
And the game has some very interesting technical aspects, like you have lightning, shaders and stuff, depending on the environment Simon is standing in. So your cartoon lines were actually changing colors based on the environment. That was an interesting feature, I thought.
But he still walked like a douchebag.
Yeah, well, he's a kid and he doesn't care. That's the story behind it. That's the story behind it.
Yeah, you pointed that out in the video. You go like people don't like the way he walks, and then it shows it on the screen, and he's just like, he's just like this really stilted like asshole walk. And like, oh yeah, he really does walk like an ass. But hey, that's a tiny nit to pick.
Right.
So let's look at that video right now.
We are at Gamescom again, and we are at the booth of Inning Games, and we are actually talking to the, new publisher of Slime Sorcerer Origin, Felix Wagner, and you are the, I think, producer responsible for the title. Yeah, and so you took over the game that is going to be released later this year, even in physical edition, as I learned, and for the first time, we are actually allowed to film what I will be playing in a few minutes. So perhaps you can explain a bit what changed with the overtaking of the publisher rights and how much the game progressed compared to 2 years ago when we last were allowed to report about it. I know that it has been a secret before who made the music. It was only said like Rick Astley has a part in it, but the others thing was pretty secretive. So what can you tell us about it? A little catch up, perhaps.
Yeah, I mean, basically I don't know all the details, but there must have been some differences, creative differences with the old publisher and the developer. And we met them, talked to them. We really liked the game, and we always have some sort of retro IP focus. And so, talked to them and found out that maybe they were looking to change publisher, and we were very interested. So, really our main goal is we work together with them. The team's amazing. They have been great to work with. And just, try and make sure that the game is as successful as it can be, and, make sure that they deliver the game and we deliver the game how they. And then, I guess, as for the music, you mentioned it, there's a Rick Astley track in the intro. Sadly, it's not on the physical soundtrack for obvious licensing reasons. That would be quite expensive probably, but and then with the physical edition though, we do have the soundtrack and the art book and people like, So those can be expected. They also exist in digital form as well, so we have the digital art book, which is quite exciting. So they build like a full tool to look at the artwork, like digital page turning and all that. So that's quite fun.
May I ask one thing about it? Why did you decide? Because when I looked at the pre-order page, it said for every console physical, right? But for the PC version, it said Steam code in box. Why that?
Well, I know less and less PCs that have a physical disk drive. I was thinking it's really. You can't you can produce the discs technically, I guess, but it's just not as common anymore. But we did still want to kind of have the option for PC users to at least get the physical version, get the box itself, right? You just put in your shelves and with the artbook and soundtrack. So at least offer that option.
You speak externally, but any people say for just one game, buying an external DVD drive. Probably not.
Yes.
Okay.
It's something we looked at that in the past, and I never say never, so maybe that's something we do at some point for maybe other releases as well. So, that's an option.
So can we talk about what is in the physical release? Is that soundtrack? Is that art book? What else?
That's the main two things. So it's ideally we try and have a more maybe compact special edition to also then offer at a mid price that don't go too far in collector's editions, and then it would get more expensive. Right. So that's kind of what we focus on, while still having the most common, I guess, content and art books especially are always great. I think also with comments from the developers and the whole team, the Woodruff brothers themselves. We have lots of cool text and cool information.
May I ask, how did the graphics progress? Because I know from the community there's been a backlash that the music style is stiff, and especially the walking animations of Simon don't look very fluent, and human-like. I don't know, can we move him and
Yes, I mean, feel free to just while you're at it, just the first couple of
suspicious. The progression on the technical department changed in 2 years.
I mean, it's really just been more optimization. Everything has been polished, but we still are the developers themselves. I mean, it was really mainly them and their decision. With this somewhat different art style, I guess, compared to Simon 1 and 2, of course. Not doing the pixel style, but rather going into this hand-drawn, like everything's hand-drawn completely. And it's a bit of a more modern style, but trying to be this 90s comic and hand-drawn style, but to maybe... I really like the style personally. Can hopefully a small appease to maybe a younger audience. Yeah, so everyone can kind of enjoy it together. And gamers, of course, do get older, so... yeah, played with their kids, all that.
So basically, the same movement was done as with Monkey Island 3, where it moved from fixing graphics to hand-drawn. It's actually the same.
Yeah.
I see you have, what is new? You have like lightning shading, the differences.
Yeah, I mean, there's just been lots of polishing. I mean, not with the art and everything being finalized in 2 years. So yeah, just, getting to the final version, the final product, and I think everything looks really nice. All the different scenes and areas and everything looks unique and very, cinematic.
Now, another question I see, obviously we have only subtitles here because of the noise, I guess.
They can turn it up a bit.
But did you actually secure the original voices from the first game? German, I don't know, French, Italian, English?
So there's only English and German voiceover, but yeah, Simon is voiced by Eric Borner.
Oh,
so the original voice actor. So yeah, and Paul it's both the original voices. I got him, and I forgot the link. Yeah, it's both the original voice actors of Simon, and I think some other characters as well, wherever it was possible.
Right. Awesome. Yeah, I see. He has this sloppy, kid-like walking style. I don't care.
It's the Simon character, right? And so it's really, he's the character writing and everything. It's really true to the originals. I mean, they did approach the Woodward brothers directly, and they were involved in all the creative processes to make sure it really is a authentic story-wise. It's a prequel.
I know.
Yeah, so it's definitely very, very authentic, and they made sure that everything's up to their standards and how they want the series to look like. And the team themselves, for the last 5 years, have been living and breathing the game, and I think you really feel that.
And I see people were complaining that actually the ponytail isn't just like now. Touch. Nine. Now I'm Upkins for the actor.
Yes. Also, I should note that the first 2 chapters, they are a bit more linear, a bit more tutorial-esque, I'd say. But then also quite shorter, but the game is 12 chapters, and they are all at least, like, depending on your speed, an hour or 2 long, so the whole game has definitely at least 12 to 14 hours of playtime. And after the 3rd chapter is when it really opens up and you get the true adventure, like point-and-click adventure feel of picking up every item, figuring out what it's even supposed to do, and
trying to make weird combination.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. One question the audience asked, and in our YouTube version of the last interview, is the new publisher would greenlit a successor of Cyber Sorcerer 3D, which had an open end. So it didn't notch the ties, so to say.
Yeah. I don't have any specific information right now, really. Obviously, I mean, we always look at these IPs, we want to honor them, and the natural instinct is, of course, okay, what else is out there, what can be done, so all the options are being explored, but there's nothing concrete yet.
I mean, as we know, -3 Santos is the least successful in the series, and people were really disappointed that it had an open end and no resolution whatsoever. And since you said it's a prequel. Probably it won't have any references at all to the adults Simon Southward from I think it was 2003 when Simon V was released. So I guess that's not even tackled at all.
No, story-wise, it's something else. But I mean, there's just lots of Easter eggs and references to the old games as well. I mean, Simon's always been known for the fourth way breaking as well. There's nothing there, and the humor side. So it's definitely that. But yeah, story-wise, no, it's not related.
What I just noticed here when there was a closed caption over and then moved to the item force, actually getting a yellow outline to the character. That's interesting. It looks like a double line, black, and like normal entrance figure, and yellow. That's kind of a lightning reflection.
Yeah, basically. I mean, it's again the development team obviously did most of the stylization, but it seems really
It's unique.
well, I didn't see it before. Yeah, it's very nice. Like all it's just everything looks amazing.
If you look at it here, like nothing, and then you go to the lamp,
Yeah,
yellow.
yeah.
At first things you think it's you put somebody with I think it's
No, that's a purpose. What should put?
it has the first times do humor.
Yeah, it's
It's
always
kind of
going.
tutorial.
Yes, yeah, and it's obviously download how it does we fit. Yes, but I think it's a very nice touch with the mom screaming it.
Interesting.
It's just selected and then you press on.
Okay.
Also, I will note, I mean, obviously, a point-and-click adventure, it's, in my opinion, let's say, best played with a mouse and keyboard for sure. But I do think that you can definitely get used to the controller adaptation is quite well done. I mean, ultimately, since we wanted to have it on all the consoles, on Switch, and Xbox, and the PlayStation, so we had
Hey.
yes. Also on Switch and Steam Deck, you can use touchscreen as well. So that's also fine.
See, and doesn't think that works.
Yes. But it's on the right track. You need some more icon center modes.
But what I can't do, I can't abort actions to the repetition.
Yeah. No, that's a bit. Just again, I think honestly, I kind of like that after playing it a bit. Yes. Because when I play this game, I kind of end up trying everything and brute forcing some stuff, or if I don't find out the solution. So it's maybe disincentivizes you a bit from trying everything. I mean, obviously you have to try out some creative stuff in these kind of games, but yeah, that's something that I kind of like, because it forces you to be a bit more intentional about your choices.
Okay, so combining with broken toy doesn't work.
No.
Combining with the populous numbers doesn't work. So perhaps combining with set player, please.
That's awesome. To be fair, the cassette player isn't an item that you always have. I mean, that's the DLC, that's the Pony DLC item, where you can, in the game, have Simon listen to the original soundtrack of the game. But that won't be used in puzzles.
I wonder what I'm missing there.
Yeah, there's more items somewhere else, so you have to go downstairs to the kitchen. And the more ins, but let's leave it at that for now. And just in the kitchen. Here. But everything else that you need is
in the version of this game. Old Simon couldn't run.
No. There is also, but that's personal preference, there's another controller type setting where you control a cursor with the stick. I mean, it's a bit slow, so it's definitely a preference thing, but if you kind of, some people might struggle with the point of interest in controlling the character directly, so you can have kind of an emulated mouse cursor in a way.
Yeah, okay. The two characters on the print. Oh, it highlights hotspots.
Yeah, that's also, I mean, with the more modern adventure games, kind of normal, but I know that with some back in the day, you would have to kind of scan the whole screen with the mouse cursor and try and click every pixel, but it's a bit easier here.
So how do I take the A?
I think the other right tree.
No, that's next. No. Yes, I'm supposed to open the doors. I can step on it.
You might be right.
The question is, I'm annoyed.
You can just click on the A and just try and take the magnet of you.
It's a where I mean, the hand doesn't move.
But you can cycle with the shoulder button, cycle to the points of interest.
Ah,
And with the top buttons.
oh,
So they.
RB, it is.
Oh yeah, I guess it's all the controllers that we're right. I'm still used to L1 and L2. You know, it's our.
I took the literally.
Yes.
And the secret. Oh, that's from,
Yes, it is not Simon Stidham listen. I can.
Slippery?
Or.
Okay.
Yes. The sync is the right spot.
Press the screen.
Perhaps. I'm naming up quite.
Or flicky. Perhaps the outside, right?
The boss.
Not you.
Okay, you gotta combine two more items that you have.
Oh, in the inventory itself.
Yes.
Like probably the magnet or something.
Yes.
Use it there. You don't always have.
Yes. It's a string.
Oh,
And then there's something in the sink. Remember, you're trying to get through the locked doors, or
right. I need
what could possibly be in the sink? That
yeah, the key. Oh, it's now it activated an action that I can actually look in there. That shine was me. So it's giving me a little subtile hints. Yeah. And now it changed to white. Alpine.
another.
Keys. Yeah, that's that typical diamond sorcerer humor.
Yes.
Okay, so let's go. And that should end the tutorial.
Yes. Yeah. The
I have to open the inventory. I did the same mistake. Here we go. Really long. Oh, they're sorting. Indeed. Okay. Oh. So not a wardrobe this time. No. Yes. But I guess that was also the part where the old demo ended. That we played like 2 years ago. Right.
Demo that is going to release start of October. On Steam is going to be the third, or part of the third chapter. So this was the first chapter, now it's the second chapter, which is a bit more linear still, where you get your robe, your magic, your wizard robe and everything. And then after that, it's where it's really opening up, and then you get the full adventure game experience.
Awesome.
Yeah.
And this demo you contained the second chapter too?
Oh, it's the full game.
It's a full game? Yes. Okay, but we
don't have time for all of it.
Listen, it's just we only have 27 minutes left because it's an hour appointment. Yeah. I won't play it to me though.
Don't want to spoil everything.
Wow, okay. Also, but now, like, what echo effects on the ground in the steps on that surface and mirrors.
Some water rolling.
Yeah, interesting. Slightly warm, so whatever. Awesome. So I see, not changed in sound department here.
This will polished. I mean, and this is the final version because we have the physical editions. It's already in production. I mean, the voice takes a while, so yeah, it's basically all set to go.
Thank you. May I ask which languages you actually plan to release this in? Is there a full list?
Yes, so the voiceover is only in English and German. And then we have, obviously, English and German subtitles, then French, Italian, Spanish, Brazilian, Portuguese. I might be missing some. I think traditional, no, only simplified Chinese. I think Korean, even. I gotta look through the whole list of it. It should be on the Steam page that's already live, so you can wishlist the game, so it should all be listed there, but it's quite a few.
To my shame, I have to admit, I don't remember in which languages the original came.
Oh, I don't know either, to be honest.
But Time Sorcerer 1 and 2 has been re-released by the new owner of the old publishing rights, and they actually offered all languages as a free DLC. So they even made a Hebrew version.
So that's odd.
Obviously, not everything in audio.
No, that's the more hybrid. When at least the English and German having the original voice actors, then you already quite know this already.
And family.
You speaking of a bunny, but rest. No,
I like how they expand on sense of humor, because let's be honest, the last two, the Germans were not so funny. I know.
And this is really special about this one, I think, and the development team. And can you get a lot of information in the artwork as well on that, where they really, like, it's been some of the guys' first games that they played, so it's special to them, and it's without a doubt they really, they wouldn't have released anything that didn't nail the whole Simon vibe, right? So,
I mean, let's be honest, when I told Martin he was it here with the microphone, and I told him that the last part was called Who Even Wants Contact? he was like, "What? The strange subtitle for a name."
That's true.
Yeah, so I don't know what they thought. This one.
The Origin's name, of course, being the prequel, so it was really important to establish what sets the whole scene in a way, right? This is chronologically the first part, of course, so because there were some gaps that they would have wanted to see being filled story-wise, so and then introducing some already known characters, of course, so like Sordin.
Sparky.
Sparky.
And so, as a publisher, do you plan to make the Origin a new branch of the game IP entirely? Or do you not have any future plans at the moment, and you just look at if this new title even sells?
I mean, that's definitely a factor, yes, but we are already interested in seeing whatever's possible. There's nothing concrete planned, but there's lots of discussion, so we just have to see where it goes. But yeah, that's been our mission, I think, from the start, is to, work on game preservation, make sure to honor these retro titles, and oh yeah, that's why it's important. So we just, I mean, for sure, yeah. But that's something we always want to do. That's our mission. So we'll see where it goes, for sure. But we are all very passionate about it with the developer team, so.
Maybe I have a question here now from the off, because I definitely see the point to feature all the different languages. But how are your expectations to sell this game in this, I don't know, maybe Korea or Brazil that are not...
We'll see. I mean, yeah.
Like exotic, I don't know.
Right. We'll see. I mean, obviously, the bigger markets are Europe, North America, and Germany specifically is like known for adventure games, of course. So we'll see. But nowadays it's easier than ever to release games globally. So, yeah, just include as many territories and languages as we can, and yeah, we'll see. But obviously, the expectations that it will probably sell a bit less in let's say Korea than it will in Germany.
Yeah, but otherwise maybe just like having this European kind of exotic, authentic sort of game,
That could be interesting, yeah, for sure. Like that's always something, and in Japan as well. And they like German stuff. I've been there twice. They're always happy. Yeah, and so we always bring some stuff to them. Like something no German would ever own. Like they would think they really enjoy, so it's doing great, yeah.
Actually, what a good point here, because we once interviewed Ron Gilbert for our podcast, and he said the German version of Zack McCracken and Maniac Mansion actually sold out more by far the English original versions.
Yeah, that's
I mean, if you consider that that Maniac Mansion was released in '87 and Zack McCracken in '88, and that were one of the few games in the '80s that actually had localization in German. This was really a surprise for me to hear that it sold more than the English original, which by logic has a broader audience,
Yeah, but I mean, the markets, especially from back in the day, nowadays, I think it's more global, more homogenized. But, yeah, back in the day, the markets were totally different in parts, right? You had, in Japan and Asia, you had the arcades, of course, which never really was as big at all in Europe specifically.
Right.
But more so in America, but then, yeah, with the different studios, when Merck, for example, was like a hype already, we did the Turrican anthologies, and it's nice, yeah. And it's, yeah, there were much more differences, I'd say, like local differences, the stylistic differences as well. So that all that phase kind of shaped, I think, the video game culture in the coming years and decades that came from that. And you really see the roots kind of in these old games. So there's, yeah, more differences, but also you had to notice immediately maybe the region where the game comes from.
Perhaps the last tackling in this direction. Why do publishers like you, for example, decide for Brazilian Portuguese instead of Portuguese?
I'll be honest, it wasn't the game when we took over, so that wasn't necessarily our decision. I don't quite know. I noticed that actually when entering all the language information, so unfortunately don't have an answer.
Okay, Portugal is less important than Brazil.
I mean, Brazil is this
Bigger,
a bigger country to be fair, yeah, and then also it has a huge market for games sometimes.
Right. But then you could also do Argentinian Spanish,
Yes.
European Spanish,
Yeah, there's even
Mexican Spanish.
yeah. Latin American Spanish versus European Spanish. There's differences. So then with simplified and traditional Chinese, of course, it is. And I guess those are more different. Those have more. And any like it was the Spanish, you would still understand it from Latin America. So
What we actually learned is also for such games that are such a classic retro IP. Often you have the problem that the voice actors already died, unfortunately.
yes. That's why we're happy to have both the Simon Morse and the English and German still present, still in, but that's been something we've encountered in other releases for sure. I mean, it is maybe just also not even working in the industry anymore. So it's always great to have someone from the original team involved. I mean, same with Terrican, for example, or some Japanese releases we did last year, the year before. I think last year we released Shadow of the Ninja, a remake, which is also done by the original development team from 34 years ago from Japan, which is crazy to think about, that we can get them together, they worked on it. So yeah, that's always fun, but it's a challenge to maybe also track some old information down and some archives, maybe some lost source code. It's always something different, but it's quite fun.
Awesome. So can we talk about when do you actually plan to release? I mean, do you have it fixed? I guess you have it because you can already pre-order it. So guess when exactly?
Yeah. So this is going to release on the 28th of October this year. So very soon, yeah.
Okay. That's a new thing because normally people tell us when it's done, but in the UK it's already done.
Yeah, and I think it might even be listed on our website already. I'm not sure. I think Steam doesn't display it, so she doesn't have
for the physical does.
Yeah. So and it's all of them released at the same time, digitally and physically. So very soon.
Awesome. Yeah, well, thanks for taking the time.
Thank you.
Really interesting to see the final game and that you are allowed to record it and have your insight as the new publisher of the game. And hopefully Science Sorcerer has a new successful home. Yeah, you. For many, many more iterations and new titles in the series. And hopefully you will not open ties of the Science Sorcerer 3D tar. Let's see. I have to say it's the only Science Sorcerer game I never finished because I'm also exhausted by the horrible gameplay experience.
Right.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you. It's my pleasure. Thank you. It's been great.
Awesome.
Simon!
Ow!
Ah, yes. Here it is. An impudent child from another world. So it seems the prophecy's coming true. Very well.
Before fading away, the first wizard transcribed his most powerful spells in 2 tomes. If the prophecy is true, you are the hero of this story.
I can't be bothered with all this cliché prophecy stuff. Teach me how to set fire to something, that sort of thing.
Absolutely not.
The Academy doesn't seem to attract as many students these days.
Well, you wizards have really taken the concept of futility to a whole new level. With this great power comes great potential for irresponsible behavior. You must be sordid, is that right?
Get out of my sight, child.
This is a voyage you must undertake alone.
Oh, great.
And whoomp. Wow, that was some awesome footage. Whoever edited that is freaking godly. That should be their day job, man.
Applications to derision@simworld.org.
Yeah, there you go. So what was the next one in our lineup?
Well, the next one were the Chinese, of Peaks and Tides.
That's right.
From Cyan Cook Games, which was an unique open world survival crafting game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Very cool looking game too.
Yeah. Interestingly, the footage was a lot of 2D comic animation.
Well, no, that was the footage that was in 2D. That was before they had done anything with the game, and that was just setting up the story.
Right.
That was that was background.
I just wanted to mention it because it actually confused me. Like, why are they showing this?
It confused me for a second too. I was like, what am I supposed to do with this video? Because this isn't what the game looks like. But then it made it clear this isn't what it's supposed to look like. This is just the background for like the story of the game. And then the actual game kicked in, and it was nice. It was very like the graphics in the game were very well done. It also had kind of an anime feel, but more of a realistic anime feel.
Yeah.
With the animals and stuff, and I don't know. I haven't played it. Did you guys get to play it at all?
Yes.
How was it?
It was felt a lot like Minecraft in 3D environment.
Okay.
Crafting was a big part, but also
when I think of survival games,
riddle resolving, like finding the way out of finding a way out into the open world was also one part. So the tomb, out of the tomb was also way of the thing, and also because Borderlands 4 has been released and has been criticized for their system requirements. This game is also very heavy on the hardware. Oh my god!
I saw that. Yeah,
the minimum system requirements are 32 gigabyte of RAM. Holy moly! And 16 gigabyte of VRAM, which means I can't play it because I only have 8 gigabytes of VRAM. So I already can't play this game, despite my computer is a new one that I put together in June. So it's already too weak at that point to play the actual final game. Which of course, there is hope that they might optimize it so it can also run on half of the VRAM, but for the moment, as it stands, not something I can play on my machine.
If they will allow it, Steam, if they allow it to go through NVIDIA GeForce Now, I can play it.
Yeah, but I wouldn't pay for that, to be honest.
For what?
For GeForce Now.
There's a free tier.
Yeah, but it's probably very limited, isn't it?
No, you just have it just limits the amount of hours you can play.
You see?
But that's, I mean, if you're just doing a review of it, then you don't need that much time to do it.
What's the limit of playing?
Like 2 hours, like per session. You can leave and come right back. But I pay for it because I use it all the time. So.
But you are on a Mac. I prefer to play it on my PC.
Yeah, but you see, the thing is that it is a PC because that's what it's streaming from. It's like a 4090 video card, like it's like the highest end machine you could possibly have.
No, the highest end machine is 5090.
That's coming.
4090 is last.
5090 is coming in like a week. I just got the email about that. Right now they're still using the 4090, but next week it'll be the 50.
I see. All right.
Yeah, it's like the fastest machine. Like I've got every game I have on there. It's maxed out because my computer doesn't have to do it.
Right.
But anyway, when I think of survival games, well, the thing that comes to my mind usually is, what was that fucking dinosaur game that you and I played? Claw Hunter. That's what comes to my mind when I think of survival games. That hot mess of a game. That there's a video. If you can get past the fact that our voices and lips aren't perfectly synced up, it is hilarious.
But isn't it? You fix it. The link.
I fixed part. It strays as you go on. It's. I don't know what the deal is with that. It was you, me, and who was the third person watching it? It was
Martin.
Martin. Yes. It is chaos. It is utter chaos and nonsense. And whenever I see survival game, that is the first thing I think of. It's just teleporting into a dinosaur and flying through the air and being a hot mess.
Claw Hunter was sent to us to preview it from a Czech indie studio.
That was extremely pre-alpha.
And it never was released ever, so it wasn't very successful at all.
Honestly, they should have released it like that and just did like a Goat Simulator angle, because that's what Goat Simulator is, mostly just bugs. It's mostly just screw ups, and it's like that game. If you released it with the concept being that it is funny and horribly put together, it would have been amazing.
Yeah, well, it was a Kickstarter, and it only reached 679,000 euros of the 14,489 it was actually looking forward to. So it not even reached a tenth of what they were asking for. So
really,
yeah.
There's other stuff called Claw Hunter that I'm seeing here, and it's hard to find what I'm looking at. Oh, there's the first link in Google search is "Let's Play Claw Hunter" with AJ, Jurgen, Martin.
Is that?
Yeah, for me it is. Yeah, that's funny. Well, either way, this isn't like that. It's much better than that.
No, it's much better.
Yeah.
And my respective Chinese development studio.
Yeah. So next, let's take a look. Did we look at that already?
Pardon?
Did we look at that video already? I can't remember if we cut to that video yet. If we have, then we'll move on. If not, here's the video. And
we are at Gamescom, and we are talking of Peak and Tides, and I actually have the CEO Ted Shao and the CTO Shen Shaolin from Cyan Cook Games, and we will talk a bit about the game. From what I understood, it's a primal survival game, I guess, right? And I actually was able to play it a bit, and it has a mix of crafting like Minecraft, and the beginning of the game felt a bit like Tomb Raider. I don't know if you guys played it. You're actually too young for the game, right? So perhaps explain to us a bit what was the general concept of the game. Is it a mix of genres, of playing mechanics? Or is the Minecraft crafting just a gimmick?
Definitely a lot of crafting, because one of the the biggest inspirations for this game are Zelda, Minecraft, Valheim, like Enshrouded, all those like open survival games where the primary agenda for players will be like gather resource and ingredients and build your home base, right? And then go outside in a group to for expedition to defeat enemies, gather their ingredients, hunt for harvest more ingredients and materials, and come back, bring the materials back to your home base and forge powerful tools and weapons and armor sets. So you can that's going to enable you to go even further, right? So that's kind of the how the game flows, right? But what's different from that, the formula is we are making this game more quote unquote rule based. In a way, it's very similar to like games that you mentioned, Minecraft. All these things, the whole world is like physical and chemical simulated, and it's fully rule based. By that I mean, like for example, a piece of log can be burnt by fire, or it can float in water, and that attribute can actually be applied to all kinds of objects that's made of wood. Say a wooden spear or wooden knife that has the same attribute as a table, right? So by that it's more the purpose of having these mechanics or system is we want to have that feeling of like people can use their intuition and knowledge about the game and combine things together, right? And when all these rules come together and cross with each other, we want to what we want to deliver to the players is what we call like quote unquote emergence, right? So you play by your imagination and intuition, and you find out that it actually works. So that's the purpose.
Right. Okay. Interesting. And what is there you can add to the what he explained?
Enthusiast has a very good explanation. So our purpose is just to like emergence gameplay that player can just mess around with anything, and you can have like a rhino with a brimstone on it, and it can crush into a piece of wood and just burn everything down. And there is a great flood that will go through everything and will wash things away as well as about it. So in our game, like especially demo, we have a great force in the center of the area, and you have dozens of ways to kick its ass. Yeah, you can have a red reference.
Different ways to progress in the game. That's interesting. Okay.
So the main purpose of this area is to go some expedition and try to find some new types of items and just to make like experiment on the border. So you have like a Tomb Raider, but Tomb Raider is like the 1,000 of that type of Nodepond, but at least 1,000 that type of the bottom. It's just like a bird around.
When you mention expedition, it reminds me a bit of No Man's Sky. To be honest.
Yeah, No Man's Sky is a great game. And
so I see a lot of mixtures of different gameplay mechanics and ideas borrowed from other games in a primal theme. Quite interesting.
Yeah. A bit more about the setting, because you mentioned your primal theme that it's actually the game world is a world that's devastated by the warfare between human and gods. And the 2D narrative that we showed, the trailer, is actually about how the world is. How does the world look like before the catastrophe? Before there was ruin. And right now, the current game world that people are playing in is the post-apocalyptic world. That it's basically a pile of ashes, and you, being one of the very few human remnants, you try to rebuild the civilization.
So that is why already things like fire or something.
Yeah,
because it has been there before.
Yes,
right.
But not necessarily like the first man. You're like, yeah.
You're not reinventing the wheel.
Yes.
Yes. Interesting. Yeah. So what is the play time? What is the play type? I mean, how many hours do you plan to make the game like playtime?
Well, that's an interesting question because for us, for any game that's like open world sandbox game,
exactly.
There are two like primary types of time that you want to consider, right? One is like the curated, the scripted, the part that you're guided with like a storyline, like there's cinematics, or NPC pops out and tells you something and it tells you what to do, right? That part. And also this like free, basically like quote unquote UGC time, where you just like do whatever the heck you want, right? I want to build a castle that's, like as big as it can be, right? It's going to consume like, I don't know, 200 hours, right? For us, for us, we have both. Okay. So the first part, a little bit more curated, the more guided part, like I don't have like a very specific, like accurate time, like number for that right now. But, generally for the first kind of a early access build, we're gonna have roughly like about 50 to 60, curated playtime. That's supported by content and the features and the systems. But in terms of like, what's more important is we want to enable the player have the ability to play the game infinitely. Yes.
But you have to go with storyline if you want to.
Yes.
Because yesterday, the day before yesterday, by pure luck, by pure coincidence, I was actually watching a YouTube video where somebody in our age group, 40 plus, was saying he got no time to play 200 plus hour story games anymore. So he feels like 40 plus, so retros, what we are no longer considered valuable players for modern games. So
it's we have similar kind of a feeling towards that because games like Minecraft, right, which is like very open, considered like the holy grail of sandbox games. But it actually was like early builder really coarse, which means zero tutorial. You're just like basically tossing to an open world with nothing, and that tells you nothing about what you want, what you want to do and how you're gonna do it. And that actually has some problem with the current audience because we live in an era of like short videos, where everything is about like click rate and about have this impulsive impression of something within like 15 seconds, which is something that we have to face, right? So that's why we want to have this like more curated experience at the beginning, especially that's gonna guide the player, that's gonna teach them how you can enjoy the game. I saw that, yeah. Yes, but later on, like we want to let the player have the ability, like I said, to play the game infinitely, just like like Redstone in Minecraft, right? That people can build like computer within Minecraft world, which is crazy. That's like the ultimate agenda, the goal for us as well. So it's like more curated, guided, controlled experience at the very beginning, so people can have a sense of how the game unfolds really quickly, have a strong impression of how the game can feel. But then unfolds gradually to a much open kind of experience. Yeah.
Perhaps one question to ask you. Is it solely single player or can you actually meet with your friends in the same universe?
It is a multiplayer game and you can build the server yourself just like Pioneer and Minecraft. Yeah, our target is to make a server that can be capable of at least 10 person. But it's up to our technology. Yeah, it may be more person in the future. But our plan is 10% per year. Yeah. So I think that is enough for just a group of little party of people that cooperate with each other and go to expedition and go to explore the world.
Yeah. So when do you plan to release the game? At what platforms?
We don't have a specific date right now. I hate that question. That's a tricky question that I hate. That I get asked by press and publishers and also our old government team. But right now, generally we're aiming for before the end of next year. We're launching the first early access build. Okay.
Yes.
Early access means Steam. Means Steam, yes. So we are PC first, but not PC only. This PC, like Steam is fairly, friendly to us because we have the most kind of hardcore players of such genre, of such gameplay. But as you can see, it's actually totally compatible with joysticks. So if things works out well, that it will be not a hard question for us to port onto consoles.
Or as you said, it's not a PC only. You could do it like Rockstar, release Red Dead Redemption 15 years later. Like,
well, I hope that's not the case. 15 years is a bit long. But yeah, that's like generally that's the idea. Yes.
So basically, PS5, Xbox, Switch 2, I guess.
That depends on our optimization. Yeah. But right now, I think Switch 2 from the lineup, games of this is strong. It's pretty powerful. Yeah. We'll see.
The first powerful Nintendo console,
which is crazy. Yeah. I'm totally looking forward to it.
Normally, it's like Nintendo. It's not for the looks. Yeah. It's just for casual game. All right. Well, thanks a lot, guys.
Thank you
for letting us play. It was nice to meet you.
You,
Okay, wow, that video was pretty awesome. Now let's talk about the next one.
Right. The next one is actually from Room 6, which is a developer studio / publisher.
Mm-hmm.
And a / PR company. So actually a 3-in-1. But on their homepage, Room 6 says they are not doing new publishing contracts anymore.
Okay.
So, and they have been there pretty much like for Screamer and Samsung's Raw Origins for over an hour. And we have been shown 3 games.
Yeah.
One called Piggy 1, Super Sparks. Then the second one was called Kitsune, the Journey of Adashnia, and the third one was Undergrounded. And all 3 games were pretty unique in their style and approach. And this thing about Piggy 1, for example, is that Piggy 1 is done by only one developer, which is a known indie animator from Japan called Hanabashi. And that is why Piggy 1 of all those 3 games is actually the one coming out 2026. So next year. So we had a long interview with Masahi Kimura, the CEO of Room 6, which is also the only interview we did with a Japanese translator. So that was pretty unique, and it's nice to see a Japanese indie studio saying we are now trying to approach the world outside of Japan and bring our unique game concepts to gamers worldwide. So and for that product, for those 3 games, the appointment was done by Stride PR, which is doing the PR outside of Japan for them. So yeah, that was pretty unique.
Nice.
Yeah.
Cool. Let's take a look at that
So right now we are at Room 6, and we have been introduced to 3 games that we were able to play beforehand, but this time we actually have a Japanese to English translator with us. And I guess we start with the company introducing itself and the 2 key figures we have here. So perhaps start introducing yourself, please. So that's our starting point.
自己紹介をお願いいたします。ここで自己紹介で。日本の京都っていう町でインディーゲームの開発とパブリッシングをしているルーム6っていう会社のCEO の木村です。
Hello, my name is Kimura. I am the CEO of the company Room 6. We are located in Kyoto, and we are an indie game developer and also publishing company.
Well, nice to meet you. So let me ask you one first question. What made you targeting the market outside of Japan? Because in the past, what we heard from the Japanese indie gaming industry, it's kind of separated, and a lot of game development in Japan is actually happening for the local market. So what was your point of saying we want to go international?
まず第一の質問ですが、なぜ日本以外のところをターゲットしようと思ったんですか？私たちのリサーチの中では、日本でのインディーゲームズは大体日本国内でのをターゲットにしていると聞いていて、あまりそれが結構 世界から、切り離されているのがあると思うんですけれども、今回は海外進出はどういった目的でされてますか？
その通りで、本当に日本と海外のインディーゲームって結構切り離されてるっていうのが本当に理由の一つなんですけど、日本の国内だけで、インディーゲームを売るって、やっぱりこのキャップがあるというか、もう限界があるので、どうしても売り上げの、上限がもう決まっちゃってるというところがやっぱりあるかなと思うんですけど、どうしてもたくさん売りたいなとなると、もう海外を必ずもうターゲットとしないと、もう限界があるなっていうのがあるので、今回は思い切ってもうゲームスコムに来てきて、ちょっと海外でうちのゲームが通用するのかどうなのかっていうところをまずは体感しに来たというような感じです。
Yeah, exactly as you said. That the Japanese market for the indie games is separated from the rest of the world, and if you're just inside one country, then this amount of sales is limited to the population of the country, basically. And we wanted to know how our games are received outside Japan, so we gathered all our encouragements just here, opened here a booth at Gamescom, just to get the feeling how is the market here outside Japan.
Yeah, so perhaps it's a good leading point to lead to my experience. One of the games we had the chance to play was Piggy 1, if I'm not mistaken, like Super Smash, right? Pretty long title, right?
Super Spark.
And
what? Super Spark.
Super Spark. Yeah, okay. Piggy 1, Super Spark. Yeah, so that's one thing. We are not very used to long game titles. Well, so when I played it, it felt a bit like from the first impression from the sound environment, like Sonic. This spoosh sound when the Sonic speeds up. I think I heard that sound. So it felt a bit like Sonic, but on the other hand, it also has a cyberpunk theme to it. And I also found there are elements of riddles, like you had to move boxes to pass obstacles on the ground that would otherwise destroy you. That's my first impression. Perhaps you can tell me if I got the game mechanics and the feel of the game right, or if you had a totally different version from what I experienced from the few minutes I played it. Perhaps that's a good starting point.
ではまず私のゲーム体験からお話ししたいと思います。まず、ピギー1スーパースパークを遊んだんですけれども、ここでは結構ソニックのような感覚を第一印象として見せていました。結構加速する時の音を演歌で聞いたような気がしています。あとにはサイバーパンクの要因だり、いろんな謎解きがちょっと入っていたりするんですけれども、その第一印象は正しいでしょうか？こういったものを目的としたゲームですか？
そうですね。フィギュアスーパースパークは本当にこういう特徴的な、サブカルチックなアートワークを特徴してるんですけど、ゲーム体験としてはソニックのようなこのすごいハイスピードなゲーム体験だけじゃなくて、ゲームギミックを大事にしてるというか、割とパズル的なゲームギミックと、ボス戦でのハイスピードな体験と、このあたりをうまくミックスするような、そういうゲーム体験と、あと気持ちよさですね。本当にゲームフィールをすごく大事にしてる。そういったところをうまくバランス取って楽しめるゲームを作ろうと思っている。そんなゲームだと思います。
Yeah, it's the pretty good impression you got from the game. That Piggy 1 Super Spark. It's the art style is kind of subculture thing, and for us, we not only wanted to that the game feels like speed up, like Sonic, but also to have like the puzzles and the boss fights, so to have a good balance between those two aspects, and the most important thing about this game is that it feels good to play. And yeah, to find the right balance, it was quite hard, yeah.
So, what genre you would put the game in if you had to describe the gameplay? Because, as I said, I got a pretty good idea of what the intention of the game mechanics is and the game design. Can you put a finger on it, what the genre is? Or is it like a mix of many genres and the whole experience is what counts?
こちらのゲームを一つのジャンルに落とすんだったらどういったものになりますか？それか、もうゲーム体験をマックスに、伝えたいからそこはもういろんなジャンルをミックスしてだという一つに限定はできないというのもあったりします。
そうですね。一応日本語でははちゃめちゃアクション的な表現をしてるんですけど、まあゲームギリックあり、こういうまあハイスピードなゲームあれば、とにかくこんないろんなゲームシステムとかゲームギミックとかパズル要素とかいろんなものがこうはちゃめちゃにこう混ざり合ったゲームとして作りたいというのがあるので、これうまく表現できるかわかんないんですけど、日本語だとはちゃめちゃアクションっていう風に読んでます。
There's a special word in Japanese. It's called hachamecha. It's like a lot of things happens at once and a lot of colors, a lot of stars, and a lot of things are simultaneously happening. And these hachamecha action, we created like this new genre and called this game kind of like that. Maybe that's maybe this is the gist of like the game genre for this title.
One last question before we jump to the next game. The person who prepared the gaming machine said that the game has been pushed to 2027 because it's not finished yet. So I guess there's still a lot of game design to be done. I guess it's still a lot of things to do. So you decided to put more into the game mechanics-wise and more content than you originally planned? Or why was it pushed to another year of delay? The secret.
いや、次のゲームタイトルに移る前にもう一つ質問なんですけれども、ブース担当の人からリリースが2027と聞きました。こちらはゲームデザイン関係で新しいメカニックを開発するのに時間かかったのか、それか自分が計画したよりもっとコンテンツを入れるたいのか、それからどういった理由で1年遅れるようになったんですが、教えられる範囲でぜひ教えていただければ。
このゲームは、アートワークの方の、アセットを作るメンバーは数名いるんですけど、現在プログラミングと、ゲームデザインというかステージデザインとか、レベルデザインをしている人間を今一人で作っているので、シンプルに人数が足りていないという問題があります。で、これはなぜ一人やってるかっていうと、やっぱりその一人のプログラマー、クリエイターが、一人でこう綿密に調整することで、面白さを作り積んでいこうとしてるので、どうしてもちょっと長く時間がかかっちゃう。で、全ステージ8ステージあるので、今の計画だとシンプルに物量が多い。一人で作るにしては物量がまだまだたくさんあるので、結構それぐらいになっちゃうんじゃないかなという、そういう見積もりです。
Yeah, for this artwork for the game, there are a few people working on it. However, on the programming side and and game design, there's just one programmer working on it, and that takes quite a few time. Why is just one programmer? Would be the next questions like he has a clear vision how the game should be, and there are 8 stages in total. And if you want to create 8 stages of a game by one person, it just takes time. So we just thought, maybe it would take until 2027.
So I guess let's move to the next game, Underground, which was what you, Martin, actually played.
Okay. I was playing the game Underground, and it's like an adventure game with a very, very, very nice story hook, where it's about losing a wedding ring in the underground. So it's quite a really nice opening for such a game. And it's also having very nice atmosphere from the very beginning. And I was just asking myself, or the question to you, who's writing the story? How is it done? Also a little bit like the question before, just like how is the team grouped together, and how the story comes into reality, and also combined with graphics then.
では次はアンダーグラウンデッドについてお聞きしたいんですけれども、私が触った感覚では、アドベンチャーゲームで、本当にストーリーが素晴らしいと思います。で、結構指をなくしてからの、ダンジョンに潜るというものですけれども、オープニングはとても素晴らしかったです。ありがとうございます。で、とても自分もこのゲームの雰囲気が好きでして、で、もう最初からのめり込みました。で、ここからも、質問なんですけれども、どなたがストーリーを書いているのですか？そして、このゲームの開発のチームの構成とかもお聞きしたいと思います。
そうですね。もともとこれのゲームのディレクターは、元カプコンで、ゲームデザイナーをしていた長尾さんっていう方がいまして、その長尾さんが本当に自分の好きな要素を、詰め込んだゲームっていう感じなんですよね。で、彼も本当にそのアメリカの歴史とか、アメリカのこのカルチャー、あと映画がすごい好きなんで、そういった自分の好きをもう全部詰め込んだみたいな、そういったゲームになってます。なんで彼の、長尾さんの好きを詰め込んだゲームをもう作りたいっていう一心で、作り始めたプロジェクトですね。
Yeah. The person who writes the story words at Capcom, not anymore, but was a game designer there. The person is called Nagao-san. And Nagao really likes and loves the American culture and American history. So this game is like canvas for him to show his love to the American culture and stuff. So yes, 100% his what everything he likes is inside this game.
But I mean, there were also puzzle elements in the game. So can you maybe describe the balance? I just played it for 10 minutes between the riddles you have to solve, because at the very beginning they were not that hard, at least. And it also remembers me a little bit like games like Indiana Jones and the Fate of Atlantis, or this kind of games. How's the game balance progressing? Will the riddles get more harder, or also absurd and funny? How would you describe the in between the story and the puzzle solving?
このゲームはいろんなパズルがあると思うんですけれども、自分熟しか触らなかったので難しい、気になるところがストーリーと、パズルの、バランス、どれくらいなのか。そして最初の方はやっぱり簡単な方で、パズルもだんだんと難しくなったり面白くなったりしますか？
そうですね。ストーリーもパズルも同じぐらいのバランスで楽しんでもらいたいなっていうところがあるとは思います。ただやっぱりギリクパズルっていうところ、謎解きっていうのはかなりこのゲームの面白いところだと思っているので、そこは多分一番楽しんでもらいたいなと思ってます。で、難易度に関してはあんまり難しくしすぎたくはないので、やっぱりちゃんと最後まで行ってほしいので、おそらく難しいなって感じるフィードバックが来たら そこは調整して簡単にしていくかなと思ってはいます。現在のところ。はい。
Yeah. Yeah. As I said, we want to have a good balance between story and with the riddles, and but I don't think we make the riddles too hard because we want the players to play until the end. So if there's feedback that the riddle gets too hard, maybe we will lower the difficulty. It could be also said then with it. When there's feedback, we have to look at the feedback, but we don't want to make it too hard. Yeah.
That's very good for me because I also do not like too hard puzzles. Maybe last question for this game. Because you just mentioned when you get feedback, is it more just like an incremental process? And when how much playing time is planned and what rough release days?
私も難しすぎるものは少し好まないので難しいと思います。
ありがとう。
次にお聞きしたいものが、このゲームが完成した時にはプレイ時間はどれくらいかかるのでしょうか。リリースのメイドがついているならいつぐらい発売されるんですか。
ちょっといいですか。時間多分8から10時間ぐらいですかね。了解です。プレイ時間はおそらく、人によると思うんですけど、8時間から10時間ぐらいだと思います。リリースは、一応年明けを目指していますので、来年の1月を今、リリースの目標として開発しています。そうですね。このゲーム結構ボス戦に結構力入れてるので、ボス戦なんかも楽しんでいただけると思いますけど、そこアピールしたリブレット候補の彼女が言ってました。はい。
But yeah, for the average game time, play time, it also depends on the person, but around 8 to 10 hours, I would say. And for the release date, we aim for the beginning of next year, so around January it should be released. And also, we are pretty hyped for the boss games, for the boss battles. There's a bit of action also inside this game. And also, one point we wanted to stretch is that there are a lot of mini games which are remembering the retro games we all played a few decades before.
Interesting. Yes, well, the last game we actually played was Kitsune, which I understood is an ancient time mystical adventure game, if I gathered that right. And you are kind of thrown into the adventure without actually being much prepared. I mean, that is actually what my impression was. I don't know, Martin, do you have anything to add to that? What was your impression when you played it?
Also, again, here, I really like from the start this sort of atmosphere, and also with this blurred graphics, with this really depth of space. I found it very beautiful. Yeah. So.
Yeah. So I guess it has kind of the game kind of holds the hand of the player, and I guess you are getting deeper into the stories and the riddles and actions you have to resolve and do the longer you progress into the game. So I guess it's a lot of mystery that the player is diving into. Is that a correct description of the game? Because like the first game, again, I was like, can I put a finger on the genre and the intention of what the game designer was aiming for regarding, as I said, the atmosphere of the game? Complicated question, I know, but shed a light on the intentions.
では次に、おすすめのゲームについてお聞きしたいと思います。 私が遊んだ時には結構こう昔ながらのちょっとアドベンチャーゲームという考えで遊んでいたんですけどもう何の前振りもなく物語に突入するところがありましたね。それが私の印象でした。で、もう一人の方はまた雰囲気がとてもいいゲームで、グラフィックスもとても好きなとおっしゃってきました。特にこのゲームはもうプレイヤーの手を引いて、いろんなストーリーの展開があったり、ちょっとした謎解きもあったりすると思うんですけれども、これも多分ゲームが進めば進むとどんどん深くストーリーにつながると思います。なので、こういったゲームであるという認識であっているのでしょうか。こちらも私が今説明したものを開発者さんが狙っていたものなんでしょうか。
まずちょっと今回のデモ版は突然ストーリーというかゲームに入っちゃうんですけど、本来はオープニングである程度このゲームのバックグラウンドとかどうしてこの島にたどり着いたかというところがまず最初に語られるので、ちょっと今回のデモ版ではそういった情報が削られているとちょっといきなりゲームに入っちゃうというところがあります。でこのゲームは基本的にはストーリーパートとあと、今回鬼に追いかけられる、そういった鬼ごっこパートみたいなボスパートっていう、これがもう繰り返しながら進んでいくゲームなんですけども、基本的にはそれを繰り返していくようなゲームになってます。で、それ以外にもいろいろ探索したりとか、ゲームを一本道じゃなくていろいろこう遊べるような要素をたくさん連れ込まれる予定です。基本的にはストーリーを、この裸足の島という島の流れ着くわけなんですけど、ここからどうやって脱出するか、なぜここにはこんな生き物が住んでるかとか、いろんな謎があるので、こういったものをストーリーが語られるようになると思います。
Yeah. Because this is a demo version, you will just dive into the story, but if it's the whole game, there will be an opening and there will be scenes shown why we are on the island, and there would be more an introduction into the whole game. And for this game, you have the story part and also a part where you're getting chased by Horny like demons. And you can also just search around the area, enjoy the world, and this is not just one way for a game. There are a lot of side ways you can just check to play around, and when you are exploring the island, you can also search for the way of escape and why there are like humans on the island. It's we were gonna get to the point to solve also the mystery of the island, Adashiro Island.
That explains why we are thrown into the experience, kind of. Okay, so it's a demo that is kind of missing the beginning and the introduction. Okay.
I sense that the all games have, for me, a very nice atmosphere. But how do you choose the games, and how is your connection to the development teams? And I also sensed a little bit, just like I wanted to know if this is actually true, to not put stress on the development teams, but give them enough time to actually bring it to the end in a good way, because you just said release dates in 2 years. Enough time, no stress. Is this correct?
Especially for Figgy one.
Yeah, Figgy.
ですね。最後に一つお聞きしたいのが、どのゲームもすごく雰囲気が素晴らしいんです。なので、そういったゲームの選択はどうしているのでしょうか。そして、デベロッパーさんとの関係はどういう形にありますか。私の感覚だと、 D1 もそうですけども、デベロッパーさんに時間をかけて、いい形で終わらせる、こういったもので、あまり圧をかけないようにしているのではないかと。
そうですね。まさにその通りで、ゲームをどうやって選ぶかについては、僕は完全にその、ディベロッパーそのものの人間性というか、本当に一緒にチームとして仲良くゲームを作れるか、良いチームが作れるかというところを重要視しているので、実はこの3本とも、ルーム6のメンバーも一緒にゲームを開発してるんですよね。うちのスタッフもたくさん入って作ってるので、そういった意味でも、たくさん入れてる以上、なんていうんですかね、ゲームのその、チームのリーダーが、クリエイターが本当に、苦手な人だったりするとうまくいかないので、まずはその人を生みます。でその上で、アートワークですね。僕がほど好きな世界観だったりとか、アートワークを持ってるっていうところが、好きがその次に来るんで、そういうの順序でゲームを選んでます。で、もちろん、そのゲームの完成に焦らせることは絶対しないですね。もうこのゲームとかも本当に何年かかってるかわかんないですけど、すごく長い時間かかってますけど、一切焦らせることはしないで、作り切ってくれたという形で依頼してです。
Yes, exactly as you said, we never stress our developers to push to an ending that is not you. And for how to choose the games, we don't choose the games by the titles, but more by the developers. We search for people who we can work together as a team. It's more about their issuability, how their person is, if they fit to us to Rule 6. And by a lot of games we publish, we also provide our staff, our members, to work with the developers. So we are working as a team. After that, after choosing the developers, I also choosing the developers with the art style I like. This is also a personal choice for me. And as we said, we will never stress or put pressure on someone to just finish one game. There are also a few games here which are in development now in a few years, so it just takes time, and we provide them time as much as they need.
Right. Thanks a lot for introducing us to the games and answering our questions. I have to say, very unique game mechanics and gameplay experience. It's not another one of the same. That's very exciting because especially in the gaming world, you have a lot of repeating themes and repeating gameplay mechanics. So it's nice to see 3 games that are really unique, also in the atmosphere and experience for the player. I guess you can agree or disagree, but that's how I feel about it. So thanks a lot for taking the time, right? Yeah. It was nice to meet you, talk to you.
ございました。全体をすべて目的的なゲームでメカニックもゲーム体験もすべて新しいものがあって、本当に私は興味を受けました。そのゲームでありがちなのが結構いろんなところで似たようなものができてしまうところもあるんですけれども、今回は雰囲気もですけれどもゲーム自体が全て薬的なので、とても未来先も期待しております。
ありがとうございます。Thank you. Thanks so much.
ぞ大安り、今宵だけの大サービス。そんじょそこらの豆電球とは比較にならない。暗い夜道に寂しい夜に、疲れた体に万能の光。
Well, so the next one is actually Mod Retro.
Mod Retro, yes.
Yes, and that's one of those interviews Dennis surfaced for us, and we spoke to two of their, game publishers who work with them to get the game published.
So here, look at this video.
So today we are at Gamescom at the booth of Mod Retro.
Exactly.
And we will be talking about two topics actually. A Traumatic was actually their Game Boy device, and they also publish games for the Game Boy publishing company. So it's basically one company doing all two things, and as guests I actually have Martin Gower here and Konstantin Astko Carter.
Marcus Philakis.
Exactly, yes. I'm improving on my Greek name for a second. And they will be talking about what you guys actually do. Another question would be, obviously, why another Game Boy clone?
Right. Do you want to start?
Yeah, well, essentially, what Mod Retro is doing and what we are doing as developers for this ecosystem is we refuse to allow, let's say, the idea of retro and physical games to die out. So we believe that, with a device that is as premium quality as this, more people will pay attention to the Game Boy, the immense library of games that the Game Boy has, as well as the new games that people are loudly crafting for this platform.
And now let's talk about the features. What is better about this device than the competitors? I mean, for example, we have Analog Pockets, which has been released.
Exactly.
Also, as a big competitor for a very, very premium price, very, very limited. So what's different on your machine?
Yeah, good question. So, what do we have here is the screen is one of the big selling points, but it's not the only one. But let's just talk fastly about that. The screen is 160 pixels to 144. So it's really the exact resolution of the Game Boy Color and Game Boy, which is unique, and they really spend much time just developing the screen. Also, what you get is with each chromatic board, you will get a free copy of Tetris, like back in the days, which is nice. And you can, via USB-C, you can update the system as well as all Mod Retro chromatic games. So if there is an update, then you can just update it through the chromatic. For example, Tetris just got a new mode updated like 2 days ago.
Okay. But it means also, if I may ask, do you also support, I would say, indie game releases? Because that is actually a problem that you often have, because you buy a console that is a clone, but then newer developed games don't work on it.
Yes.
I mean, those 5-in-1 consoles, for example.
Yes. Right.
So you actually take that into account?
Exactly. Mod Retro supports indie developers and publishes them. So there are a bunch of new indie games which just launched this year or last year. So like 2024, 2025, and we have new Game Boy and Game Boy Color games, which is why we both are here, Casey and myself. We are both just developers who got published by Mod Retro. So I built this game, self-simulated, and KC is just grabbing this one. Yeah. Develop his own game, Shanti.
So basically, Mod Retro is definitely shining a spotlight on the indie scene, the home scene, and they making sure that the games that arrive at the hands of customers are of the highest quality. Each game comes with a premium packaging, full color illustrated manual, premium cartridge that doesn't require a save battery, but is actually FRAM based. Also, collectible chromatic charm that you can also attach to your system.
Like this little thing. Whoops.
Right. Obviously, it has a motor screen with backlights and so on.
Yeah.
It's interesting that you mentioned the screen dimension because I, for example, got one of those GB boys, which are very famous for being cheap and actually a recreation of the original Game Boy in hardware, not just FPGA based. I guess this device is more FPGA based, right?
It is, yes.
Yeah.
That's the core behind it.
Yeah.
So yeah, what Retro really wanted, like their mission was with the chromatic, to make not only one new Game Boy Color, but the last one, like the ultimate. That is their mission, and this is what they try. And this is also true when it comes to like the battery. Like it really takes 3 usual batteries. They also have a battery pack, which that can be charged through USB-C as well. But yeah, they want to make a product that you can put in the shelf, forget about it for 30 years, take it out, and it will just work.
One thing that I noticed is you didn't put a stereo speaker on it. Actually, because it's interesting. Many people don't know that the Game Boy actually is stereo.
It can, right, the games can support stereo, but most of them, because they are like designed to play on actual hardware as well, which also only has monotone speaker. So yeah, but most games, or many games, I think yours as well, will take advantage of this stereo headphones jack.
If I remember, back in the day, you actually could buy a pair of stereo speakers on the original Game Boy and put it in the headphones plug, and then you had like an attachment.
Yeah, nothing that pops on.
Interesting. So what's the price point of this?
Well, the price is, you can find it in the mondretro.com website of Mondretro, and it's about the price range of $200,
$220, I think.
But you can get 2 different variants of the console. So one of them is like, it has a Gorilla Glass display, which is the one that you have here, but they also offer another, a bit more pricey variant, which has a lab-grown sapphire screen lens display.
Yeah.
So this is a bit pricier, but makes the product even more premium than it already is with the build quality that you are seeing.
Exactly. It would take an actual diamond to scratch this screen, so dead.
Oh, interesting.
Now let me ask you about how accurate is the FPGA implementation, because I remember that some games actually only worked on original Game Boys. One, for example, was Road Rash. If you put it on anything else than original Game Boy, it would actually crash because it was very timing critical. And also, what many people don't know, you also had the Super Game Boy cartridge for the Super NES, and the non-Japanese version actually had a different megahertz speeds, for the games would play slightly faster. Did you take into account those specialties of the games?
Well, we aren't really the right people to ask about this because we are developers of the games.
Yeah.
We are not manufacturing the games or However, I do know that the compatibility range with the original titles is really high. So I haven't heard of a game not being compatible. And that includes the Game Boy Camera and the Game Boy Printer. And also, emulation is pretty accurate to even match the frame delay of the actual Game Boy Color. So there is a video that was posted on social media where they were measuring the delay, the latency of the screen, and chromatic and Game Boy Color really side-by-side comparison, no difference whatsoever.
Yeah. All right. So now we spoke about the hardware. So what's the price point of the games actually?
Yeah, they range on their website on quadretro.com. They range from 35 to 45 US dollars. So, I mean, for modern standards, that's quite alright. And then you can take into account that it comes in a box with an actual manual. It's also pretty.
Any color, I guess.
I know. Any color, like everything you want, and with this attachment. So you get really much for your price there.
Interesting. Now let me ask you one last question.
Yes.
I see that's also for some infrared or something because it has this shield on the top.
Yeah.
Looks like infrared core. What is that actually for?
Yeah. So I think the infrared, I don't actually know out of my head. Do you know any game that support this? Not really, but the Game Boy Color had it, so this has it as well.
That's interesting because the GB Boy Color has also, but it's dummy.
Yeah.
There's no diode inside.
There's nothing behind it. Backphrase.
You actually put the feature is fine. You don't know of any game supporting it right now.
Not out of my head. I think some games used it for maybe even Pokemon. I think maybe Pokemon to trans. Yeah, no, right.
I think, and they actually made sure that you can transfer from the IR sensor of the chromatic to the IR sensor of an actual Game Boy Color. So you can actually link the two together.
Yeah.
To this.
Yeah, I also see it used the newer link cable. Because the older link cable from the original Game Boy was flexible.
No, I think that's they are both the same. So this will work on this will work on an original Game Boy and Game Boy Color and Game Boy Pocket.
So I guess it was the advanced then.
Yes. Yeah. Yes. Now that you say it, yes.
Because I got a universal cable.
Yeah.
For
right, you guys.
And there's one last thing I noticed. There's a little hole there. Is that kind of an emergency?
No, I think that's just an LED.
Oh,
to have like the
it's charging probably.
Yeah.
Interesting.
I think that's just the LED, right?
I remember that correct. Yeah, I think.
So we have the LED. We have the headphone jack, USB-C, and speaker grill.
What I also find interesting that you choose different materials. It's not rubber for start and select.
Right.
Like the original.
No, it's the same stuff they use for mechanical keyboards.
Oh, right. So very, very good quality then.
Yeah, indeed.
Interesting. Well, yeah, thanks a lot.
Made to last.
Oh, that's very interesting. Well, thanks a lot for your time.
Thank you.
Today. And good luck in your endeavor, I would say. Right?
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Welcome. Bring here as well. Perfect.
There we go. And
yeah.
Whew, wow, that was a cool video. Yeah, that was awesome. I learned a lot.
And now the last bit would be Novobox.
Is that the last bit, or is
that's the last video?
That not Martin?
For the interview. Well, the Martin thing is the presentation, not the interview.
We're not gonna. Are we gonna show that though?
Oh, why not?
Yeah. So it's not the last bit. It's the last.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
The last interview.
Right. The last interview we have is Novobox.
Yeah. So it's basically about packaging.
Mm-hmm.
This year we are again meeting with Jean Noel from Novobox, managing director. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
And he will present us the new products he has to show us at Gamescom this year. So what you have brought for us today?
We brought a lot of stuff. Actually, there's been some evolvement for the last 12 months. Actually, we came with the steel case, which is competing with Steelbook. It's made of 3 parts because a lot of people like this spine, and we came with this. So this is our own art. You can put up to 4 discs inside, and the material we use compared to Steelbook is a stronger material. It's 0.25mm tin plate, so stronger metal box than theirs, and we can do like before all the little goodies like magnets or the coins and the cards, the metal poster inside. So all what we did on the old version, we can do on the new version, which is called steel case.
I saw you changed the holder of the coin a bit, because last year it was actually falling out during the presentation. So you changed it a bit, right?
We made it a bit stronger, so you can hold the coin, and the card can be plastic card with a numbering, or can be metal card. Now we have a project, but we have an NDA, but for a game that is coming out in February next year, and we're making a card which is a metal card, which is well protected.
So you improved the holding mechanism.
Okay. Yes, we improved this. And this was the future pack made of 2 parts, and this is the steel case made of 3 parts. And a lot of people like the spine a bit better.
Okay.
So what we do is a steel case for the Switch format, like this, and for PlayStation format or Xbox format. And now we came with a new concept, which is basically a steel case with a 3D adhesive sticker on it, on the front spine, and the back is normal. Or you can have like this, a version where you have this 3D Dooms sticker on this part, so you can have really like a different feel. So this is a prototype.
And it's pretty glossy. More glossy than what I've seen on the competition so far.
It's very glossy indeed, yes. And we can make the whole front part or just a part of the front area. For example, if you have main character, you just want the main character with the 3D dooming, that's possible.
So you have a mix between glossy and matte finish.
Yes, we have options for that. Yes. The difference as well is, we can do digital print also for YouTubers when they want to make a special deal for like 200 of their fan or 500 of their fan. We can do small runs like this, which is digital print. So it's boxes we have on stock, and we print in digital the artwork you want, but the inside is silver. Or we have now the new stuff where you can make also small runs where the inside is black and you can print on the outside any artwork you want.
And the smallest run is 200, you said?
It's 100 units. We
100.
can even do 100.
It's pretty small.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's pretty small, and now we see some developers, sometimes they want just a demo. Of course, we prefer the big runs. Now we're making a job for like 70,000 units. We prefer this, but we came up with this solution that's been run now for the last 5 months, and we got some orders like this.
So what's the price point of the small runs?
Small run, like if you're looking at, let's say, 100 units of this, either black inside or silver inside, you're looking roughly about €5. And if you're looking at, let's say, 500, would be maybe €4 roughly. And if you're looking at a bigger run like this, probably like 20,000. To give you a price ID, this would be about €2.50.
Okay, interesting.
And what we have on top of this is we have the media books, which we make in Serbia. And now we came with media book, which we call a mega media book. It can be up to 360 pages. I mean, this one is 300 pages. We can do the numbering at the back. So you can have, for example, this one is numbered and there's different covers.
For limited editions.
For limited editions. And you have 1 or 2 discs. Or here you have 4 discs. And you have a big, big booklet. You know, it's huge booklet.
And it still smells fresh from the printing.
Okay. It's just, we just produced it, yes. And this one is the same, which has less pages, and you have a padded cover. So here, if you feel, there's a bit of foam inside.
Oh yeah, interesting. Okay.
Yes. So basically, we apply a piece of foam directly inside and glue cover it by hand. So it takes a bit more time, but a lot of clients like this.
Okay. Yeah. And you said in the pre-shed, you actually also do candy boxes now.
Yes, we do candy boxes like this. They come with candies made in Europe, and we have different sizes, and we do candies and biscuits related to the gaming scene. Yes, that's a VNM.
Interesting.
And here we have another cool packaging, which we call the LED book. It's basically comes here. I don't know if you see on the...
Oh yeah, it's lighting up.
It's lighting up. And here you have the option for this. So there's a LED. We have all the certificate because we had to deliver it to Sony, so they're very strict. And there's a booklet inside, and there's 1 disc, but there's an option for 2 discs, 3 discs, no pair.
Now the question is, how long do those LEDs light up?
They can be pushed 400 times. So
that's
it's quite long. Usually after 20 times you're a bit bored, but you know, 400 is possible.
It reminds me a bit of the greeting cards. You open it and then it sings.
Yes.
Happy birthday.
Exactly. None of that.
And after a week you forget about it.
Exactly.
And after 4 years you put it to the trash, kind of. But you would never put that to the trash. I mean, this is collectible. It's collected item, right?
It's quite nice. And it took us a little bit of while to develop it. We even created a website, LED book about it, and we're quite happy. We got some orders made.
So let me ask you, because I see DVD jewel cases and so on. What is your take on the beginning of Australia? At the beginning of this year, Australia announced they would no longer do Blu-rays on movies. Is that something that worries you, the discontinuation of physical DVDs?
You're talking the retailer, or you're talking the
I heard that in some regions,
yes,
they totally stopped. I mean, the physical market.
For us, the Blu-ray market is still a big market. First, there's one thing: there's less business, that's for sure.
Okay.
Some of our competitors died. We're still surviving in this industry, and why we are surviving? Because we accept to make smaller quantity. For example, it's limited 222 units. So you think, how can Novobox make money with 222? But they give us cover C. So we do cover A, B, C. For the same movie, we make like 6 different covers. Sometimes at 222, sometimes at 333, some are 111, 444. And at the end, this client, for example, gives us a job for like 4,000 units and maybe 4 or 5 movies. And in total is like 1,000. And some people will buy the 5 or 6 covers. That's
collectors.
Collectors, yes. And for example, this we did for Reanimator. That was made for the US. We also made the European version. This is rigid slipcase. It comes with the postcard, official postcards from the movie.
So your localization of movies and so on is actually a good business for you.
It's still a good business. Yeah, it's still a good business. So we do the art book, which is like a book. And here there's a digipack, and we even did the fulfillment. So we packed the disc inside, and we delivered the complete product. So that's what was done for this client. And if you're talking about fulfillment, we have also option. For example, this is a product we made for microids. That was a switch housing. Here can come the game. So Wow. We made it with the game. The game, we got it from Sunfest, Germany. We packed it. They're just our samples. So our samples, we don't have the game. And we did the welding. So we made the finished product, complete finished product, the insert and everything. And we delivered the finished product to the different locations. It was some for UK, some for Germany, some for Italy. And we shipped the logistic to all these people.
Now let me ask you, is that some competitors died? I guess in the movie business, probably one of your big competitors is Amazon with their steel cases, I guess.
You're talking, because Amazon doesn't own this. Our biggest competitor is Steelbook, actually.
Oh,
yes. Amazon would be selling, it's a retailer.
And just putting an exclusive stamp on it. And then
exactly. Then there would be a special product, like a game publisher will do a special release just for Amazon or for MediaMarkt.
Right.
Yeah, that's the way it would work.
And normally they don't tell you who made the steelbook, obviously. For the customer, it's just an anonymous product from Amazon because it says exclusive. Yeah,
yes.
Right. See, so it's kind of OEM, I guess.
Exactly. We do a lot of OEM stuff.
Now, let me ask you, we probably heard, because I see the ZX Spectrum here. Yeah. Like 4 weeks ago, Commodore signed a contract with a YouTuber that he took now the trademark, and they actually make now new official C64 Ultimates.
Okay.
Are you in talks with supplying perhaps packaging for those products? Because you look a bit surprised, like you didn't hear of it.
To be honest, I didn't hear about it. But it's true that now the YouTubers are taking over a bit of the business. We did via trading company that was buying for us for French YouTubers. Some we did Mousepad, we did a tin box, we did for one famous YouTuber in France, but via this trading company, like 30,000 posters, and they're selling on their website, so they're skipping the retail actually. So the YouTubers have their own books or still case, their own poster, and they go direct to the consumer, make a website, and that's the way the business evolves. And this is the last piece I want to present. This is a box we made for Sinclair, which is a magnet box. Inside here you have here you have certificates.
Wow.
Which comes with the hot foil. And here you have inside there's like a wristband. Here's the little here we have the metal poster. So there's 3 metal posters.
Oh yeah, my metal posters are also a later, trend, I would say.
Yes. And it's, as for a publisher, it's not so expensive, and it makes it look pretty cool. So
Premium-like.
There was a wristband. This one is basically a piece of, it's like a resin piece.
Right.
And here we made a cassette. It looks like a cassette.
Okay.
But it's actually a USB. So we made a mold for this, and it was a USB flash drive.
So you actually made a mold for that?
Yeah, we had to create a mold just for that collector's edition.
Okay. And I remember you said you make part of the production in Serbia?
Yes, all the cardboard packaging and displays, wooden boxes we make in Serbia. And I'm French, but I have 3 kids. The mother is Serbian. I mean, to make it simple. And we have an established office in Dongwon in China, about 3 hours north of Hong Kong. The office has been there for 25 years, so Nodepond's been around for 25 years, and they're the same girls working for me for 25 years.
Wow.
So it's a pretty stable team, and we're trying to build something long-term. And, the business, we were only in the DVD business, and then we moved to game business. And when DVD went down, we also do some chocolate and biscuit packaging. But DVD is not dead, and Blu-ray is not dead. You do UHD. It's a niche market, but there's still a lot of requests. And actually, every year for that market, for Blu-ray, there's new people coming in.
I mean, if you look at it, for example, later this weekend I have an appointment with In Games from United Games, and they actually make a physical edition with a real Walkman and packaging like those for the new Time Sorcerer Origin. So there's a lot of competition and a lot of boxing in collector's editions nowadays. So
yeah, there's a lot of competition, but the market is there and ready to still buy something special.
So you said one change you made was limited editions in small quantities for YouTubers.
Yes.
What do you think are the next future developments?
I mean, to be honest, that steel keys has been introduced in the market now for us like 7-8 months. So we're trying to push this quite heavily.
Yeah, it's very good quality improvement.
It's good. We are also doing the displays for the retailer. I mean, not for retailers, for the game publishers to go to retailers. For example, figurine manufacturers, they order displays to put at the retailers, and we see that. I mean, YouTubers, they have their channel and they're becoming quite powerful, you know? So we just have to follow the trend. And we see, at least what we did via this trading company in France, they were talking to big YouTubers and they make their own collector's edition, but it's big numbers, huh? And they pre-sell it. So basically, it's very good for them, actually. That they make a 3D with, okay, we make a 3D of the design, they get the money and then they go and manufacture.
A mock-up.
It's the best.
They make a mock-up.
A mock-up just as a design. They get the money from the consumer. They get like €500,000, €1 million, and then they go in production and they already have the orders. I mean, it's a safe business. It's very good.
Right. If I may ask you for an opinion, I mean, earlier this year, limited run games, you probably know this. They really had a bit of shitstorms for making limited runs and then third reprint, second reprint, and so on. So if one of your clients says like, I want a limited editions, and then like fake it, kind of, how do you tackle that? Is it like, no, we don't do that, go somewhere else? Or
I mean, to be frank, we need the. I mean, we need the work, and we are a packaging company, so we do what they tell us to do. If they say, okay, Jean, have. For example, this was 5,000 for the US. We shipped it, and then they reordered 1,000. What can I do? We're happy to get a reorder. Right. We just do what they want, actually.
It's not your problem, I see.
Yeah, we can't really fight it. We created our own website now for elitecollectibles.net. Okay. So where we do collector's edition ourselves. But it's small, and we're not like those big major game studios, but it's a small, tiny business on the side.
But I noticed you heard about the controversy.
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
Well, thanks a lot for the presentation and giving a look out for the future.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for your time. Thank you. Okay, I appreciate it.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. You've talked to them before. You talked to them last year too.
Exactly.
They are the company that they make packaging for things that are
DVDs, Blu-rays, retro releases.
That are becoming more and more virtual these years. It's tough to get actual physical packaging. So this company puts out, they create the packaging for other companies.
Yeah, and also since this year also for YouTubers and influencers.
Okay,
and,
yeah.
One of the big news also mentioned in the interview is that the minimum amount of order for a package is now 100 pieces.
Okay, that's not bad.
So you can actually get small runs of your release. You don't need to do a big order anymore.
Cool. When are we going to release something in packaging?
It's more accessible now to people. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
a
small product.
Are we going to produce a small product that we can put in a package?
And Kickstarter.
Remember
or Indiegogo.
What was that? Do you remember years and years ago? There was it a contest or something where we all signed like a disc sleeve?
Yeah, that was 2004. That was 21 years ago.
Yeah.
We all signed a disc sleeve. Yeah.
Who got that? Where'd that go?
One of the British readers we have.
Oh,
it went to Great Britain.
Nice, awesome. Yeah. If you're the dude that's got that,
I think it was Nigel Parker.
Nigel
Parker.
Okay.
Yeah. If I'm not mistaken.
Okay.
Yeah.
Awesome. Hey, if you're a listener, Nige, I'm calling you Nige. I don't know if that's what you prefer. But if you're a listener, send us an update. You still have that thing? I forgot. I rarely think about it, but it just popped into my brain before when I thought about packaging.
Yeah.
Anyway,
he is part of Commodore 3.
Oh, okay. All right, so he's still active. That's awesome. That's cool.
Yeah.
Cool. Went to somebody that was worthy. Okay, and our last thing that we were talking about would be a presentation that was put on by our very own Martin Wisnowski and
Fahima 7.
And Fahima 7, yes.
Which I first thought was a joke, but that's really her family name.
So that's her name, yes.
Yeah. And they were doing a virtual, a mixed reality theater thing.
Yes.
Called Minotropolis, and that was done in the Treibkraft.
Monotopolis?
Yeah.
That's how I read.
That was done in the Treibkraft Theater.
I'm not going to try to say that one.
Yeah. So we also got that bit, and
it's a really
that
cool
one.
Yeah, it looked like a really cool presentation. That was like augmented reality. So you're wearing glasses, and you're seeing through the glasses, but you're also seeing things.
That's why it's called mixed reality.
Right. Yes. Yeah, or augmented reality, or however you want to put it. Yeah.
Well, augmented reality. Yeah.
Yeah, so it looked like a really cool thing. They've got a really nice a presentation that shows you all the different things that went into it, and it was it was a process by a lot of people.
That's true.
Yeah.
Okay, so welcome. Thank you so much for joining our presentation. We will talk a bit about our project. Earlier this year we completed called Monotopolis, and we will talk a little bit about the insights of it and our journey about this little bit big scale that merges so many different fields, and we will try to give a bit insights.
Yeah, maybe. This is Fahima 7.
Hello.
I'm Martin Wisnowski, and we were working together with Treibkraft Theater. It's a theater group from Hamm. and from Nordrhein-Westfalen. And we worked on this project in total for 3 years and made lots of experiences. And we just want to present you what we did. It's a mixed reality performance, so it was embedded into a gamified theater, but people were wearing Quest 3 headsets and they were all connected in real time. They could see through the glasses, see everywhere, and we were just like mapping content inside the room while they were performing. And they were all connected in real time.
It merges this live theater performance. We have two actors, kind of also the moderator of the whole show, and then we move the audience into our playground where they are playing so many mini games while they're in the XR field, and then they go back for the discussion. In a minute we will explain a bit more detail. And from the content side, from the concept, it is inspired from this board game Monopoly that everybody knows, and we wanted to use the game mechanic of Monopoly into this new structure, and through getting inspired from there, and we wanted to look through money, morality relationship.
Yeah, so the piece was about money, thinking about money, what is money, how money will change you, will you be a good person, will you be a bad person, asking questions like this. This was the topic of the play. Maybe we just proceed, we will give you a short impression of how the piece was. It's a short video, so maybe you will just start it. So, as you can see here, this was the onboarding process. So at the very beginning, people also needed to learn to operate the glasses, because if you're on theater, you are not always having just like, you know, this gamer audience just like here, but you have a very different audiences. So we also needed to make an onboarding process. Here you have some impressions where you can see this hybrid character of it. Maybe I just, oops, sorry. Yeah. So as you can see, people wearing the glasses, they can see through it. They here got an information panel with the scoreboard. Here we have an impression how they walk through the room. In the center was this golden heart, and both realities were really mixing good together, just like, you know, this content from the glasses and the content from the reality. And as you can see, we are also wearing the costumes, so it was also about good and evil, you know, just like the devil is having the position of the money, is the devil, and I'm the angel, so I'm the good one. And the actors were also just like at the same time interacting with the audience in just like trying to influence them and pull them into their direction. Maybe.
So, like, this is already what we explained. Maybe we can pass this. And in the structure, it is it's like 4 parts for us. First, we welcome the audience in the foyer. First, just some warm-up, little bit training for the VR, some basics, so later on they are not getting overwhelmed, and they also can get a bit more familiar how to use, like with the hand tracking and everything, and with the idea of the whole performance, this character, 2 characters, their motivation, the idea behind. And this is also a little bit an educational part, we can say, because we also targeted a lot of like teenager groups, school groups, for them to also start a discussion point about money and morality. After this first part, they moved to this big playground, and there they go through a lot of competitive games. They go through a lot of competitive games. We call them mini games, and here we use a lot of also the possibilities of VR is providing us. So we use their body movement in some of the games. Here they are trying to catch money rain. They're raining money on them. And there are some other games like this. Some is more competitive, some is a little bit more cooperative, or we can say that focuses on the moral part of it, so they can also gain on their moral messages. And in the middle of this process, we switch them.
Yes. So this is really just like, this is really just like having a playground, so people are walking around, and we could control, let's say, just like the reality of the people. For example, at this example, we had just like spheres. You could go into the sphere, and then all of a sudden you did not see the reality. So people were then just like standing still and not seeing anyone else, while all the other people could see them standing there. And we at the same time as the operators of this piece could just like from the administration panel push some buttons, trigger some scenes in the glasses, and in that way really form the reality. It's just like having a stage design, but not only in the background, but really just like changing everything they see. We will also have some examples later on. And then after this playground part, there were also just like things you can do in reality, the other things you could do just like in the mixed reality world. And then at the end of this piece, everyone was getting back to the real reality again, turning off the glasses, and then they would have a discussion about their play experience and about the context of the piece, just like about talking about what money is and why did you play in a game like this and that and so on. So this was the final part of the piece.
And we always have a ranking, like throughout the game, they always ranked based on their moneten, the money in our performance and morales points. A big aspect of this project was definitely the multiplayer part of it. It's not only the technical side, like all these 20 glasses were also connected to each other on a server. This is already a huge task in itself, but also designing the experience, something live. The core of theater, this like liveness and togetherness aspect of it, we always try to also keep and also apply it on to the VR part as well. So it was important for us that keep it in mind, they're in the real space together, encourage them to embrace this togetherness and make it special that they are live there together.
Just like, compared to just like a pure VR experience where you just like do not see the reality. If you would be connected, then you would be connected with some random people, but here everyone is together in the same room. The next challenge would be also just like the game design questions, because again, theater context, there's a very diverse audience, not just like hardcore gamers coming there, but also sometimes people wearing glasses like this for the very first time. And also at the design of the mini games, we needed to make the games just like very pick up and play kind of style, so that it's easily understandable without having any tutorials. Just like, we just like very thought a lot about how can we design the games that people just like understand it just like instantly. It's also written a pick up and play approach.
Yeah. So many different background of people. For some of them, it's getting so easily overwhelming, and it's also an interesting process for us to see people play it. Every time they also figure out something we didn't think on purpose. They figured out how to do money laundering, for example.
Yeah, we at one performance we actually had one guy who did actually really money laundering, and he found some sort of bug in the code that we were not aware of. So obviously the Monopoly metaphor really worked. Another big challenge was we used netcode and Unity to synchronize the classes. It was pretty nice, pretty real time, but one of the aspects was we had the admin tool on the laptop and the rest on the glasses, and the way netcode works, they were not interoperable. And we did some hackery stuff to make it run, because normally netcode wants to run the same client on every device, so it's just suited that thing would just only run on the glasses, but we had the setup with glasses plus the laptop. That was a little bit just like not that easy to make. And then the next point, as you might imagine, testing this thing with multiplayer, having in a real physical space, testing is hard. For example, also the upscaling of it, just like testing the 3-person, no problem, but then testing it with 10 or 15 person, a little bit more difficult, because we just needed to invite groups to test with them, and then you had one test. I just remember the first test was just like testing the infrastructure of the internet, so just like if the load of the router is able to handle all the traffic that we had, and it was pure chaos. the very first testing, and then also the app crashed really many times. It was very good to also to see what traffic is possible to send through the network. So the first test was also very important.
Yeah, the operation side of making a multiplayer experience is huge, and it is also not something to put in a book. It doesn't have a description. It's unique to the project, unique to the requirements and the needs. And with the theater budgets or culture budgets, you always have only limited resources or help. So this is something we would strongly recommend people to keep in mind. It's definitely not the same as making a single player experience when it comes for the operation, testing, iteration. It's really exponentially growing. Yeah, we a little bit mentioned about this game mechanics part of it. Our games, our VR games, the mini games are actually single player in itself, but we always also had to keep in mind that they are in the real space. There are 20 people moving around together. The safety is an important aspect there. We were trying to add some extra design decisions here and there, so that kind of navigate their movement in the space, so they are not accumulated in one space, and also be aware of this, and also use the physical space in all these games. Like we have 360 videos also is part of this message, the storytelling part of the whole thing. In the VR XR area, they are exploring these, and these are also something you go into to trigger.
And then I already mentioned it before, it's just like the magic of really forming the reality of the audience, because I was doing the technical administration of it, and then I just knew if I press this button, then every something will happen on the reality of the people, just like during, for example, the games on or off. Or there's one scene we also will see a video of it, where rain is starting, money is starting to rain from the heaven, and people, we did not told them what will happen, but then they already said, oh wait, oh look, there's money, and then people just reacted on this, and just like, you know, being able just like to form the reality of a complete group and all in real time, it's quite, yeah, it's quite a, there were just like sort of magic moments in a certain way. We will see some footage of it afterwards. Then this is the operation desk. So this was my working place there. We also had some aspects where people could just like sort of trading money, and then I could see all the scoreboards from all the players in real time and could also modify the scores. And we also had this event card, just like from Monopoly, where you just like, I don't know, here is a special event, so you want to take it, yes or no?
That part was fully analog, moderated by the actors.
So this was also important to really to not only have digital, but also at the same time analog, to make it really just like a hybrid thing. It was very stressful for me also, because people sometimes we had also technical problems. We will come to this later. And then people were also always approaching me while I was doing the administration of the piece, and then it was very stressful, so we put up the sign, please do not talk to me. This is then how it looked in reality. I really like this picture.
It was harsh.
And here an impression just like of the administration user interface. We needed to do a little trick. We were not able to compile it as a single application. We needed to run this in Unity itself. For certain reasons, if people are technically interested, please come to us. We can answer every question. But this is just like giving you an impression how the user interface looks like. So every connected client you can see here, and they could see the scores in real time at this minute.
Yeah, the admin panel part for Monetopolis was something really important, because it's really a live operation from the admin. It's like, because every time we don't know how many guests we're gonna have, it has to be dynamic, and every time also it accumulated. There are bugs, there are situations we discover in this last testing phase. Then we had to constantly add some new features onto it.
Yeah, because being connected in real time was important, because we had always had a real-time scoreboard, just like a real-time high score, just like who has the most money on their accounts. So here, this is a video what I just mentioned, where this is one of the first mini games that started. Wait a second, like here. And this is just the moment that I said, I just started the thing, and there you can see, we did not told them what they should do, but we designed it like this, that they instantly understood what to do, and you can see they were just like, from being standing there, I have no clue what I'm doing here, to just like, I have to catch the money now, and you know, just like without explaining, they instantly got the idea what to do. And this is also just like one of the core part of the design approach, to make it as approachable as this. And this money thing was always a very fun part, because people were getting really greedy. They were just like, okay, I want to collect all the money now. So yeah, which is also part of the piece, because you know, Monopoly for reason, yeah.
In the early phase, when we were talking about what should be these games, specifically they are playing, it is trying to trigger their greediness was a key decision for us. Like, if they are going to betray each other to make more money, or if they're going to invest on some horrible stock on the stock market.
But they could also donate money to charity organizations. So they were always having the choice: will I be greedy and get shitloads of money, or am I a good person and donating some money, this and that. So this was also the piece all about.
Yeah. This image is from our beggars section. So we recorded some mocap animations, and it's a part like these avatars will come and ask money from you, and you have full freedom to say yes or no.
Just like beggars at the train station. Hey, can you give me some money? And then you could just make a decision, yes or no. So. Maybe just an impression here. This is also just like where we recorded motion tracking with the actors, just to give an idea. Maybe we will look at these pictures afterwards, but this is also connected on how we make this beggars move.
Okay. They move to this like accidents. These are kind of we're sharing our long journey of making this project and giving you little warnings to watch out, some unexpected things that can happen on some critical moment.
So the first thing is we also use the hand tracking of the glasses on the controller, also to make it better approachable for everyone, because not everyone is familiar on how to use the controller, this and that. And we just like use the hands, which is quite good at the Quest 3. But then all of a sudden we figured out, and this is just like one of the typical things, testing this with 5 people works. Then we tested it with 20 people, hand tracking fails. And we had absolutely no idea why. One of the things we figured out is that because usually the original plan was to make the piece outside, not inside the building. And then we figured out that the combination of this bright sunlight, combination of the white floor, just like caused the hand tracking to fail. And we had this weather condition never before, but just like one day before the performance, or 2 days. And so we figured out this failure, and then we had to put the whole piece inside. So we had to recalibrate everything and so on. So stuff like this always was happening. And then the other thing, maybe many people here know this, Unity updates, and then things were broken afterwards, and we needed to fix. So we made a really good production plan time-wise, and then this thing happened, and then the whole production plan time-wise was just like ruined. It was very stressful in the end. Also the same OS updates on the glasses. We needed to update the glasses, and you do it 25 times because we had 25 glasses. This process alone took us 1.5 days. So you just need to keep this in mind. If you make something like this and you scale the number of devices up, then some tasks just like really take a very long time. You just have to be aware about this. Lighting kills.
This like outside because the headsets, they have this infrared cameras, and when the light is coming, how bright it is, which angle it is. So we were taking so many risks. Like the devices are not made to use outdoors. We were from the beginning of, we were pushing this, and like it is not that easy to make this multiplayer 20 glasses to connect.
Even
the hardware part.
Even Meta was warning, do not use the glasses outside in bright sunlight. Don't do it.
Yeah.
But we just did it.
We learned our lesson. It was in one of the performance, constant blink sounds from 4D controllers, and we cannot do anything. It didn't happen until that moment, but it ruined the whole performance. Then later on we went back and figured out how to make it silent, but these are like when you work with a lot of hardware, there are so many unpredictable.
Yeah, just like as a key takeaway, if you do something that works on 1 or 2 devices and then you do the same on 20 glasses at the same time, there might be unexpected things happening. You have just to be aware. In the last week we were just like urgently fixing this kind of bugs, and it was just like a horrible process. Sometimes it's like this notification sound coming just started somewhere, and we didn't know why now. So yeah.
I don't know if we are ruining some people's appetite for making any multiplayer XR projects. Don't be afraid, just it's fun. In the end, it's fun despite of all the trouble.
In the end, it's magic, right?
Yes. Should we move on? This is our last chapter. But we cannot, of course, say how to do this, how to do that. It's only our experience, and definitely we didn't do everything right. Even for ourselves, there was, of course, a lot of struggle. But like bringing games technology and theater groups together, this is a little bit a special combination, and it is definitely dependent on very good communication to be able to make a project with this mixture of groups. communication is so important. Being able to speak the same language is important, which is impossible because not everybody has the same background and knowledge. Whatever we say as developers, what they can understand is very limited to their imagination and their experience. So,
because it's really literally about talking a different language. I mean, it's really literally. I mean, you eventually know this if developer talks, and outside people are not able to understand this. And this was not only the language, but sometimes also the concept. Just like, you know, if you make just like classical theater, you will always have rehearsals. You try out things. Just like, hey, can you try to make it like this or make it like this? But if this technology is involved, it's just like, hey, can you just make quickly this change? It will be not a quick change because then you need to change to reprogram a feature, and this could eventually take 1 or 2 weeks. And then all the theater staff were just like waiting. Could not really do something. So then we also did just like a building tools in the pre-production phase, just like to cover the things. So it was just like having a big range of different perspectives and approaches. So this is one of the aspects that everyone from the team just needs to learn, that we need to communicate in a different way than we are used to do.
I think that one key point, last thing to mention here, would be like creating the right expectation from each other. It's always important to be able to, I don't know, maybe up to a degree, like say no to each other, what is doable, what is not, like just let's see, we will try. Sometimes it's too vague to use in a process like this, because when we say let's see, we will try, it involves so many levels on design, testing, implementation, and checking if the idea works or not. It doesn't translate the same way to the others in the group, so it is important to think on it like, so the others in the team, they don't expect you to deliver something else. Make sure they know what you're gonna deliver, more or less. Good old days, our memories.
Yeah, some impressions on how a production like this can look like.
Yeah.
Yeah, you see also all the glasses outside. We started in the winter earlier this year. Yeah, so this is. It was quite fun time. Definitely.
It was special to be in the middle of nowhere in Hamm, in like a barn, old barn house, to make a high-tech project. Yeah, we are coming to an end. Is there something you wanna add, Martin?
No, fine.
You can find us, and if you would like, this is of course a long process with so many components. So we are happy to share our experience, and if you would like to reach us, ask some specific questions, technically, design, operation, feel free to reach out.
Please come to us and ask questions.
Thank you for this wonderful talk. My question is this now a system what other theaters also can use, or is it just made for this kind of theater piece?
Good question. It's special to this. Like everything on the Unity side, it is made for Monotopolis, but a lot of things can be also exported as shareable packages. All these mini games separately, the admin side of it, could be shared.
Yeah, so it's absolutely custom made for this piece. Maybe if you try to search a more general aspect, I could maybe just like talk how I did this netcode component to combine the quest approach with the others. It was a little bit difficult in the beginning, but then in the end, netcode
works pretty well in this kind of setup. So we just like had no problem scaling it up to 25 classes. So if you want to have a more general approach, netcode Unity works very good for that. And we also had our own network, so our own wireless router and so on, disconnected from the internet. So yeah, this would be more the general approach. Another question there.
What was the main reaction of the audience? What was their fun factor or their aha moment? And is it possible to experience it again in the future?
Starting from the second question, we don't have any performances decided yet, and we will be happy to play it again if there are opportunities. We are looking for options for that. For the audience, it was, I think the first moment they get the biggest prize, the reaction when they go into this playground, the XR playground. And when the first time the games are open and when they start walking towards them and start interacting and they realize they can really do things, I think they get the height of the whole thing they get there.
Yeah, maybe just like if you think immersion, it was just like what I mentioned before, we had a quite long onboarding process because everyone from absolute beginner to VR expert needed to learn how to operate with this device. So the onboarding process was quite lengthy. And then they were just like walk to the playground, just like, okay, wow, that was more, if it goes like this, wow, this will be then a boring experiences. And then the minigame started, and then they were just like directly in the immersion, and then they just forgot about anything else, just like in a 1 minute time frame. So maybe this explains it also in a good way. Are there more questions? If not, you can also reach out every time. We will answer questions, no problem.
Thank you so much.
Lass doch mal konkret werden. Worum geht die Wette eigentlich? Geld regiert die Welt. Ja. Oder eben nicht. Gewinnt das Gute oder gewinnt das Böse? Auf in das Getöse!
Lasst die Spiele beginnen.
Top, die Wette gilt.
Ja. Mehret euren Gewinn, mehret euren Gewinn.
Zurück in die Realität.
Yeah, so. And that would be the end of our Gamescom coverage, basically.
Okay. So we'll put links to everything that we talked about in the news and in the interview bits down there in the podcast description so you can check it out and go to those pages and support the people that are still doing things on these elderly hardware platforms. And not so elderly if we're talking about the brand new Commodore stuff.
Yeah, well, I think it's a mix because with Samsource Origin and Screamer especially, it's more like PC retro.
Yeah, well, but we have become kind of just retro. We're not just we have a fondness for the C64, but that's not all that we do anymore. Where we haven't had a C64 related podcast for a while.
I mean, to this day, for example, if you go to the video version of the Carl Schut interview with Riptera, there's somebody who commented, "I thought you are a C64 and Amiga podcast. Why would you cover that?"
They obviously don't listen to us at all because they would know that we don't stay to any particular theme at this point. I'm a C64 guy and an Amiga guy. Jörg is a C64 guy. I'm also a Mac guy. So like the vintage Mac stuff, I love old 68K games. There's one, Escape Velocity, that I fucking love that game. And there's a version of it out. There's like a remake kind of, or a spiritual successor available on Steam. I'll talk about that another time. It's really cool. I'm into that sort of thing as well. Not so much PC because I didn't have one back in the day. But like older Mac stuff, C64 stuff, Amiga stuff, I'm just getting into because I have this thing. Apple II, kind of, sort of. I used it in school. I don't really know much about it. But yeah, we're not just a C64 thing. That happens to be the thing that I code on. But there's other things that I enjoyed. And Jörg as well. You know, he's a C64 kid, but I mean, he's got a big ass arcade behind him, which is not a C64.
Nope.
You know, I mean, we aren't stuck in this little pigeonhole of C64 only. So, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, the arcade was a dream I always had since 2008. So when I got the chance to get one, I was like, yeah, please.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Well, and also next to the C64, I was always a PC guy. I mean, that's actually...
You had a Commodore... Family... You had like a Colt or the Commodore PC, right?
Yeah, I have two of them.
Yeah, that was like your family computer in the olden days, right?
No.
I thought it was.
Well, we only used that for writing letters, but what I
that's
used
essentially
for
family computer.
Was a 386.
Okay.
Yeah. And then I made jump 2 years ahead to 1995, where I got a Pentium computer. Yeah, so I played all those DOS games as a kid.
See, I had in high school, I remember, I don't know how I got it. Somebody gave me a PC Junior, an IBM PC Junior, which
I know those too.
Which I never got at work. I never had it turned on. It never worked. I never even tried. I didn't have a keyboard or anything, but I just had like the box, like the system. And then later on,
we had one of those in the class at school.
Okay, yeah. Then later on, I want to say right after high school, I had maybe a 386, maybe a 4. It was a PC. I don't know what the fuck it was.
But anyway, we had the Junior clone from Schneider.
Okay.
A German clone of the PC Junior.
Yeah, later on, after I graduated from high school, I had a PC. I don't know what it was. It had Windows 3.1 on it. And again, I couldn't get anything to work. It wasn't connected to the network. It didn't have, I couldn't get a printer. I couldn't get anything to work on it, so I never used it. So again, that just got like pushed aside. And then it was always C64 or the 128 until 2000, when a friend of mine, a senior, a guy named Randy, whose handle is Scratcher, he ran the Base Planet, was in an old store, like a thrift store, and he found an old Mac Classic, like the all-in-one with the black and white screen, for like $8. And I was like, grab that for me. And he did. And I switched to Mac like the next week, and I've been on that since. Because my 128's keyboard was dying at the time. Like, all my stuff was falling apart because it was old, and I was a smoker, so it was not a good combination for computer parts. Yeah, so that's... I switched to Mac. I had a couple of years where I was on older, like 68 040s and 030s before jumping to my G4. And then... Yeah. So that's... I never really had that early PC. You know, and in school, we had the Apple II in elementary school. Then when I got to high school, we had Macs. We had LC 475s. But they had the Apple II card. So when we did programming, when I took computer class and learned BASIC in school, which I already knew because I did that on the C64, we were using the Macs with the Apple II cards to program on. So that's my experience. Yeah. That's how I got to where I am. But I've got a PC in 2018, 2019, something like that. Finally, I got a PC because why not? Because I wanted to play a game.
Nice. All right. Well, that would be it. So.
All right.
See you then.